Islam are practiced freely nationwide, the north is predominantly Muslim, and the south has a larger Christian population. Then came oil, and everything changed. By 1967, Nigeria was producing 600,000 barrels of crude oil per day. In 2025, despite increased output of an estimated 1.7 million barrels per day, corruption, inequality, and failure to allocate economic gains to vulnerable groups leaves many Nigerians wallowing in poverty. The World Bank predicts poverty will rise in Nigeria by 3.6% amid a rapid population growth exceeding 237 million. In the 1960s, agriculture, once the mainstay of the economy, declined dramatically. Agricultural share of the gross national product dropped from 63.4% to 55.6% in just 1 year. Food imports soared, reaching 46.1 million naira by 1965 and climbing ever since. The decline in agriculture destroyed Nigeria's long-term economic independence. The famous groundnut pyramids in Kano, the palm oil plantations in the Bight of Benin, the thriving cocoa industry in the southwest all disappeared. The 1967 coup and subsequent counter-coups deepened ethnic divisions. Each side counted casualties as justification for outrage. Culturally, economically, and religiously, the dynamics of us versus them became embedded in the Nigerian psyche. And now, in the age of digital media, these ethnic and religious divisions are amplified by separatist groups and politicians, making it harder than ever to see the full picture. In October 2025, President Trump's allegations of a Christian genocide exposed Nigeria's deep-seated religious and ethnic divides. There are multiple identities here triggered by the political economy. Conflicts here are identity-based and motivated by a struggle for resources and power.
Well, it's quite unfortunate that this kind of thing is happening in this country. Our government have allowed this thing to degenerate to this situation. These things are happening. There is a saying that if you throw a stone into a market square, you never can tell who may be hurt. When this thing started, if the Nigerian government would have confronted this issue of insecurity earlier on, it would have not have, degenerated to this situation. If you look at the kind of killings across Nigeria, they kill both Christians and Muslims. In the north, people like us who grew up in Bama, primary school, secondary school, in the mix of Muslims, and we're able to live together. But unfortunately, when we started this 1999 democracy up to this period, politicians have destroyed this country with their various antics. Well, for the position of Trump, if Trump had said, based his arguments on insecurity in Nigeria, it would have just been the best, so that they can go ahead and deal with these people. As it is today, you and I, we are a Muslim and a Christian. We cannot carry arms and fight ourselves. But the bad ones are that everyone have bad people among ourselves. And again, if you look at the kind of killings, particularly in the Middle Belt, in Plateau, in Benue, at a point, autumn have to come up with a war press, a burial ceremony, something like that. That the world look at corpses, look at dead bodies. People attack people in their own, in their kill them. Don't even know them. When the dead ones are buried, was it, can I call them bandits or whoever they are? They have chased the indigenous communities and they are settling there right there now as I speak. So people have lost their ancestral homes.
I heard about the genocide allegation where Trump was talking about sending a soldier to prevent what is happening in the country. Yes, to me as a person, I'm fully in support of that, because from many years ago, Christians particularly have been suffer of innocent death that we are not aware of.
Then what are we doing about the killing in Nigeria? Then we should wake up to that. Stop the killing. Christians are dying, Muslims are dying. It's on record that in Katsina of recent, people went to the mosque and killed people, innocent people praying. They killed them. Ondo, or so. They went into the church, kill worshippers. Who are these people? For me, I know it's not our Nigerian Fulani. Our Nigerian Fulani, then that we know them, they are very peaceful. The Hausas are peaceful, the Yorubas are peaceful, the Igbos are peaceful. These jihadists, I'm sure they came in from Mauritania, whatever Muslim country, to start causing problems here. What has our government done about it? People are dying in Zamfara, people are dying in Maduguri, people are dying all over. What has our government wake up to do about it? That is the problem.
Kuma amma ni abin da nake tunani kamar Najeriya ita ma ƙasa ne mai cin gashin kanta. Kuma shi wannan maganar da yake faɗa in kika duba da yanayin yadda muke zaune da kiristoci a nan Najeriya, kowa ya san ana kashe musulmai, ana kashe kirista. Su kansu kiristocin arewa ya kamata a ce su duba wannan magana. Akwai abin duba a cikinta. Sakamakon in kika lura da abubuwan da suke faruwa a Zamfara, abubuwan da suke faruwa a irin Katsina, ba tsarin local government da sauran local government duka abubuwan da suke faruwa ana kisa to amma mu matsalar mutanenmu suna da kamar rashin yadda da irin kamar social media inda a ce suna daukan hoto suna posting suna waye suna sawa a social media dole mutane za su san wannan abu.
Shugaban ƙasar Amerika wannan zalunci ne kawai irin nasu. Mu Najeriya muna zaman lafiya tsakanin mu da kiristocin mu, sai dai abin da ba rasa ba siyasa yana shiga ciki. Amma maganan kashe-kashe mu ba ma kashe junanmu. In ma dai kashe-kashe ne ya arewa ake kashe-kashe, musulmai kuma ake kashewa. Wace ƙasa ce ta taɓa fitowa ta yi magana akan abin da ake faruwa a arewa wanda duk duniya ba wanda ba su sani ba yanzu nan? Bandits suna nan, ba dare ba rana, Boko Haram suna nan, duk suna yankin arewa ne. A wani yanki suke a kudu? Wa ake tabawa a kudu?
To me, it's just a political charade, it's just a political gimmick that is actually being used by the American president. Because you can't just come into a sovereign country like Nigeria. Even though America is powerful, America has succeeded in invading places like Iraq, Libya, Cuba, Cambodia, and some other countries in the world. But Nigeria, they have to understand that what they are seeing behind the scene is not exactly what is happening in Nigeria. Between the Christian and Muslim, we are living peacefully in Nigeria. And in my state, if you go to Gombe, especially Gombe South, there's a kind of like a relationship that normally used to take place. A Christian can marry a Muslim can marry a Christian. So I think America, they are trying to show their myopic little understanding on what is exactly going on in Nigeria.
And based on the figures that we calculated, 9,438 Nigerians have been killed from January to the end of October 2025. An average of about 1,000 Nigerians are being killed monthly if you divide that 9,400 plus by 10. But the good thing is that from around May, we started seeing a reduction. The peak period was in April 2025 when we recorded about 1,300 deaths. But then since then, the numbers have been dropping. The figure for October was 600 deaths. So when you compare to the 1,300, that's almost about a 50% reduction. So it appears that whatever the government is doing, it's leading to a reduction in the fatality rate. Now, when we look at abduction, which is the other metrics that we measure, abduction too is at about 6,000, which means an average of about 500 plus every month from January to the end of October. So clearly, Nigeria is among the top 5 countries that are security challenged globally. What is concerning regarding Trump's threat is the fact that he singled out Christians. Now, if you look at the proportion of Christians and Muslims in Nigeria, some would argue that it's 50-50. Others would even tell you because of the cultural factors that there are more Muslims than Christians. So some would even say 60-40. So even if you pick the most conservative proportion, which is 50-50, and you now use that 9,400 that I mentioned, it would now mean that probably about 4,500 Christians were killed, and then 4,500 Muslims were killed. But then it's not that simple, in the sense that when we broke down the figure, this 9,500, the state that was most affected was Borno State. Now, if you look at the proportion of Muslims in Borno State compared to the proportions of Christians, it's about 80% Muslims to 20% Christians. And I will justify this. There are 27 local governments in Borno, 22 of which are predominantly Muslims, while about 5 are Christian dominated. And that's how we came to this proportion of 80 Muslims and 20% Christians. So, which means if you pick the most affected states like Borno, Zamfara, Katsina, and then of course you go to Benue, Plateau, Niger, Kaduna, you find out that most of the states that are worst affected are Muslim states, which would now lead you to the logical conclusion that more Muslims are affected than Christians. And it's now shocking, actually, and surprising that Trump will now selectively indicate that Christians are being targeted, when the reality is that both faiths are being affected.
So what is really going on in Nigeria? A far more complex story of ethnic and religious divisions amidst struggles for scarce resources that goes deeper beyond the headlines you see.
A towering giant has fallen, a chapter closed, but the story of a legend echoes far beyond the final breath. Let's take a look at key life lessons to learn from the life of the late Alhaji Aminu Ntata. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Ntata, businessman, philanthropist, and elder statesman, passed away in Abu Dhabi on June 28, 2025, at the age of 94. His body was laid to rest in the holy city of Medina. From kola nut trader to empire builder, Ntata's journey began in the dusty streets of Kano. By 17, he was already leading the family business founded in Bichi, a lineage of wealth, wisdom and work ethics passed down by his father, Alhassan Ntata, once West Africa's richest man. The late Aminu Ntata is an uncle to Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote. Alhaji Aminu Alhassan Ntata built industries in agriculture, real estate, manufacturing, and construction, but he never forget the poor. In 2024 alone, he donated 1.5 billion naira to flood victims in Borno. Across Nigeria, his philanthropy became folklore, quiet, vast, and life-saving. President told his blessings. Scholars like US-based Dr. Yasser Khan called him a shining star and a legendary icon. Northern governors declared his death a national loss. President Bola Tinubu called it monumental, and indeed it is. Ntata believed wealth meant nothing if it did not uplift others. He lived in Kano's poorest quarters, taught children to build from dust, and showed that dignity isn't won, it is lived. Alhaji Aminu Ntata is gone, but his values, humility, dedication, and devotion endure. He did not just build wealth, but unfading kind of hope. And in a time of uncertainty, that is the rarest wealth of all. May Allah have mercy on the soul, granting Jannatul Firdaus.
You wake up one morning in Abuja, and your favorite loaf of bread is now 1,500 naira. Yesterday, it was 500 naira. Next week, it will be 2,000 naira. You have the same money in your wallet, but somehow you can't afford to buy much with it. This is inflation. Inflation happens when prices rise and money loses its value. Despite theoretical estimates that the Nigerian economy is improving, food prices remain high while many Nigerians earn less.
I did sales girl work for somebody. I run someone's shop and I earned only 35,000 naira in a month. And I paid 800 naira for transport every day, and I feed like 1,000 a day. Let me say I spend like 2,018 in a day, and I earn 35,000 naira at a salary. And I pay house rent, I pay NEPA bill, I buy food at home, I do a lot of things. So the salary is not enough for me because things are too expensive. Everything's are hard.
The power of money lies in its purchasing power. What goods can you buy with your money? What can you buy with 50 naira today? Pure water? In the past, you could buy one egg for 50 naira. Now, it's 200 naira. When your naira can buy less food, less fuel, and less of everything, it loses its value. So how did Nigeria get here? Prices have been rising at over 30% annually. There's an estimated 30.6 million Nigerians at risk of food insecurity. Why is this happening? Nigeria's major source of income is oil. When the country sells oil to the world, it earns dollars. But when oil prices drop, Nigeria earns less money. Inflation is a redistribution of power. With the removal of fuel subsidy in 2023, the cost of fuel rose by more than 200%.
Kalubale da yawa saboda ƙarin kuɗin mai ya jawo abubuwa masu yawa waɗanda suka danne mu matasa misali. Na ɗaya, lokacin da muna shan mai mu cika tankin kekenmu naira 1,200, za mu ɗauki al'umma naira 50 zuwa AY. Yanzu a ƙaramin tanki na keke napep in takaice magana zai kamar naira 1,000. Sana za ka zo kana ɗaukar mutane a 300 zuwa AY. A 300 ma wanda zai zo ya ce ka taimaka mashi a 200, a cikin mutum 100 mutum 90 zai ce taimaka mana 200 gare ni. So mu kuma ba za mu iya cewa ba za mu taimaka ba. Muna ɗauka idan muka kai mutum ya ba mu 200, ƙarshe idan muka zo muka lissafa za mu zauna, za ka cire kuɗin balas, za ka cire kuɗin da za ka keke ka service, da yaushe ka ajiye 'yan kuɗin da za ka sha ruwa da su ba zuwa gobe.
From the farms to the markets, transportation now costs more because of fuel prices. This in turn affects the price of everything. The market woman who bought a basket of tomatoes for 5,000 naira was now charge you more just to survive.
Mun kasuwa ina inda muke siya? A'a, mun inda muka je siya, duk abin da aka sa farashi shine za mu siya, ba wai ko abu ɗaya bane ba. In muka siya da tsada za mu sayar da tsada, in muka siya da sauki za mu sayar da sauki. Duk mai sayan kaya haka ya sani. Don saboda yanzu yau na iya zuwa na je na sayi kaya 10,000. In jiya na siya 15, sai in wanda ya zo sayan kaya na zan iya ƙara masa hannu akan na jiya. Kuma yau idan na je na sayi tsada, yayi tsada, in na zo zan iya ragewa. Haka nake sana'a ta ni ba wai.
But the bitter truth is, inflation hurts the poorest most. If you're wealthy, your money sits in assets, land, stocks, and maybe even foreign currencies. So if you're living, watching prices double while your salary stays flat, getting poorer every single day without spending a kobo. In reality, inflation is a measure of whose labor, whose time, whose life is being slowly devalued. When one business raises its prices, it leads to other businesses raising their prices too. And so the endless cycle of inflation continues.
Good afternoon and welcome to Spotlight on, right on S24 television. Today we speak to a man whose words often arrive with anger, discomfort, pain and urgency. Ibrahim Garbawala, popularly known as IG Wala, is known publicly as an anti-corruption activist, human rights advocate, entrepreneur, environmentalist and political voice. But beyond the public titles, they represent something far more complicated. The voice of a citizen who believes Nigeria is not simply failing by accident, but failing by design. In a recent open letter to comrades in the South, he argued that the North's inability to join structured protest is not indifference, but the result of a deeper warfare. Systemic poverty, illiteracy, hunger, insecurity, and the painful history of protests being hijacked or violently suppressed. In another letter to Nigeria's leadership, he warned that the silence of Nigerians should not be mistaken for consent, but as a record of grief being kept by the next generation. Today, we are not here to praise IG Wala. We are not here to attack him as well. We're here to interrogate the argument. Is northern silence really silence? Is hunger becoming a weapon against citizenship? Who benefits when legitimate anger becomes chaos? Can northern Nigeria build a disciplined civic movement without burning its own street? And what does IG Wala now see in the ADC and his handshake movement that he believes can change Nigeria's political culture? Welcome to S24 Spotlight on Comrade IG Wala. I know you like for us to address you as Comrade.
Yes. Well, Halima, thank you very much. I couldn't believe what I had. Was that a citation?
It's an introduction.
Wow.
You wear so many caps.
I've never had that, but I'm honored.
Thank you so much
Yes.
for, within a very short period of time, agreeing to come on this show. We really appreciate that. And we need to apologize to our viewers that we said we're going to start at 12 o'clock, but we're behind schedule. It was due to technical glitches and the Nigerian road thing. You know, sometimes you expect to arrive at a destination in a particular time, and maybe road congestion gives you a different outlook entirely. Again, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So
My apologies to the audience as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let's start with this. Who is IG Wala when the slogans are removed? Because you wear so many caps, but who are you when the slogans are removed?
Yeah, Ibrahim Garbawala is IG Wala, as simple as that. A Nigerian citizen, an activist. Yeah, I have never taken the position of an activist, not until, well, maybe I was given the crown by going to prison.
That experience. I think we get to talk about that
Exactly.
a little.
So, but activism, I think there's nothing special about that word, or probably that title. It's all about being an active citizen, refusing to just go along with what the system is offering. When you begin to tilt against the tide and you begin to feel like, yes, I don't want to go with the forces that are pulling us towards this direction because the system is not working for us. And so I decided to speak. So when you speak, even if it's just on a small matter, for as long as it has to do with a lot of people's life, you'll be tagged as an activist.
Yes,
obviously.
that's the reality in Nigeria. And it's everywhere. When you speak for the masses,
you
for
have
the
to
people
speak
affected.
For others, because for speaking for others, you're speaking for yourself. And also, looking into, especially when you look at the majority, they are not as privileged as you are. And when you don't agree with that, you feel, no, you could just decide on your own to speak for convenience whenever it matters to you alone. No, you can't be referred to as an activist. But when you speak on issues that cut across the divides, irrespective of whatever correlation or whatever kind of dichotomy, for as long as it is in the interest of humanity in the country or the society, I think it has to do with you also as a person. This is my perspective.
Yes, and that's really germane, because some people you would recognize them with select amnesia. If it is affecting the people of their region, they're part of it. If not, because especially when it comes to insecurity, a lot of people feel like when there is maybe silence, it's known for a region, and when it is another region, they are very loud, something like that.
But
and
what
the
happens
fact that
when it goes round?
When it goes round, now that it's going round, I think we're trying to find our fit as a people. And this is where I think the most work needs to be done. So now let's go to what actually spurred your attention to start activism. What angered you first that made you think?
Thank you. I think this is a privilege and an honor to me to be asked this question. I was an entrepreneur. When I thought of building the largest business database in Africa, I pushed to the extent that I was able to call for recruitments because there was a kind of a proof of concept at the extent that people were seeing us vividly on the streets. That's the product was coming up then. Now, suddenly, when I called for recruitment of not less than 50 people, I wanted to have structures across the country. Suddenly, that invitation that we asked those interested to come in, guess what? We got over 2,000 proposals, CVs.
For 50 positions?
For just, in fact, less than 50 positions. But what happened was the very day, the streets, we had over 1,000 people on the streets. Yes, even when we shortlisted. In fact, it took somebody from the authority to use his convoy to drive into the crowd, force himself into the office, and begin to ask if we must recruit his own daughter. And I said, no, sir. You cannot intimidate us with your position, with the convoy, just for your daughter alone to be employed here. I refused that. And that was the moment I started being active as a citizen. I said no. When I went to the balcony and looked at the number of people sitting under the trees waiting for their turn.
Over 1,000?
Yes. So I said to myself, no, if I can believe in myself, I think it's high time for everybody to do that. But how can such individuals that was the beginning of everything.
So should I say activism chose you or you choose activism?
Well, both sides.
Okay.
I was left with no option that I was at the middle of it, so I couldn't just either turn away or move in. So I took the decision.
So what did confrontation teach you about power?
Yeah, wow. First, I so much thank God that I survived it. Yeah, I remember the day I lied down before a moving truck just to make a statement. We were begging for the police to allow us to actually even stand with the crowd somewhere. They refused.
You stand?
Yes, the only thing I could do was the police truck that was trying to move some of the men and also position them with their arms against the crowd. And I was instrumental to pulling most of the people in that crowd. So I felt the safety of those people rely on the decisions I make.
Wow.
Now, for me to put a stop to that, we begged the police, we negotiated, we asked them to please understand. They refused to. The only thing I could do was, okay, your moving vehicle should crush me. And they stopped, and they all shouted, abort, abort, mission abort, whatever, their own technical terms. And that was when I saw they were pulling out the guns and the tear gas and all that. They said, allow us. That was when somebody representing the police now came to me and said, no, don't do that. It hasn't gotten to that. I was like, oh, okay, so this is the language you people understand. That's the extent.
Wow, that's the reason I'm gobsmacked and I'm trying to really internalize and see if I was the one in that position, what would I do? Well, God forbid. So would you say unequivocally that the prison refined you?
No, I refined the prison.
You did?
Yes.
Please take us through that.
Exactly. Now, in the first place, if we talk about prison in Africa, it's more like starting to look at it from even the matter that took you to the prison. Now, because it was an alarm regarding corruption taking place somewhere else. And alarming that, I did it using the social media instruments, the platforms we have.
Yes.
That would have been, if I had not had the opportunity to use the social media, probably these same forces would have actually found a way to cajole me on their side and suppress me, probably use any other person.
If suppression is even the key, because there
that was the very moment they started their own plans. They picked even the policemen to arrest me, the courts. In fact, the person that the courts that they took me to, they also handpicked even the judge and handpicked even the prison I was to go, handpicked even the prison officers that were to actually take care of me. So why I said I learned, I reformed the prison, because when I went in there, it was not a program for even someone as an activist. No, talk more of the criminals that the prison we all believe that this is meant for the criminals. Because I checked through the activities in the prison. Halim, I'm telling you this, there is no single program that is actually meant to reform, to correct.
They call it correctional service.
Exactly. I've said this, even from the police cell. What I've realized, I've met a lot of young people that you don't want to hear their stories. And I refuse to say it, I refuse to keep quiet. Even right in there, I started fighting for their right. And I said, no, you need somebody to stand by you.
For you?
Yeah, exactly. And stand for you as well. Because if you think what you've done is wrong and you are realizing that, given another chance, you'll never do that again. It's because of the system, it's because of probably some of you people have wrong or bad parenting and all these things actually but you true. I understand. But when you people police to court, then whatever he feels like next in this in a black area, be moved to the prison. In fact, what I see happening between the police, the judges, that's the court, and also the prison itself, I see a deliberate design to actually create a place where people that are being counted on numbers so that this serves as an opportunity for a government agencies to be given a budget so that they count the number of people they feed. Yes, because these people, some of them are innocent, but your number as a criminal, as someone in this correctional center, matters.
Can we correct that? Because I think there's been allegations against these services where there will be budget for feeding the prisoners, their welfare, etc. And at the end of the day, you'll see that what are they doing for the prisoners? If you go to the prison yourself, you see what is obtainable. Myself, I've visited a prison before. I don't want to, as following an NGO, I don't want to be part of anything like that again. But do you think we can change that perspective?
No, if we talk about changing the prison, I think it's much more of changing the leadership of this country and changing the mindset of lots of young people right from the time they're in school. Because if we are to build a country, it means we need to actually find where these problems are. And most of these problems are fundamental issues, whereby perception, you can imagine a policeman, just for being a policeman wearing his uniform, he is perfectly feeling like he is much more better than the person he is policing. Now, you see, that's a mindset.
Yeah,
and at the same time, this same policeman is willing to use force, to even use his arm against a citizen who is not even convicted. Even if he's convicted, it's not the policeman that is going to take his gun and aim at that convict. So this is a mindset. That's why I'm saying if we have to change this, because this policeman might actually one day become the Inspector General of the police. And he is part of the policy making and decision making as well.
I think we'll get to the system again. Just briefly, people call you activists. Some call you entrepreneur. Some call you politician. What should the general public in Nigeria call you?
I think it depends on the circumstance that we're in. Call me an entrepreneur, I'll fit in. But if you have to call me an activist, yeah, I love that more because, sincerely speaking, it's not about wearing the title. It's about motivation. Exactly.
Embodying.
It's
the true title.
Exactly. So let it be that you're encouraging me to do more of this than just saying, no, you're not an activist anymore, you're a politician. I was like, oh, so you don't want me to talk again about it. Anyway, so whatever circumstances
we want to embody the best of you. And thank you so much. With this, we'll go on a short break. And Liberty Symposium event is going to be shown at the break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it's still Spotlight on, right on S24 television, and we've been speaking to Comrade Ijiwala, popularly known as an activist, but I think we'll touch base on the politician side as well as we continue this conversation. So before we go further, it is important to make one thing clear. This conversation is not about reducing Northern Nigeria to hunger, illiteracy, or failed leadership. Northern Nigeria is far bigger than that. It is a region of so many things: scholarship, education, faith, enterprise, agriculture, culture, political influence, community resilience, and civic potential. But it is also a region where protest carries particular risk. We have seen moments where demonstrations that began with legitimate grievances became vulnerable to taking over, looting, violent confrontations, curfews, arrest, and death. So when IG Wala writes that Northern protest is weakened by poverty and illiteracy, the question is not whether the North is capable of civic action. The question is deeper. What conditions make civic action difficult? What turns legitimate anger into disorder? Who benefits when protest loses discipline? And how can Northern Nigeria build a protest culture that is organized, protected, peaceful, issue-based, and impossible to dismiss, or as thuggery or something like that just come into play? Now, let's quickly ask you a simple question before we go further into this protest thing. What do you think people misunderstand mostly about you as a person?
Okay, thank you. Well, I think apologetically speaking, I understand. It's a matter of perception and understanding. So people sometimes don't get to see the expectation. We humans, we cut shots of their expectations on what to do. So I don't dwell much on how people perceive me, because some few months or few days or weeks ago, somebody, the same person that was condemning you, and the next is switched to say, well done and thank you. Wow. So I think it's just a human factor.
Yes.
So I don't think I understand people. Yeah, people can.
It's just people sometimes. So you wrote that the North is not indifferent but weakened by design. What do you mean?
Sincerely, my sister, when you started introducing this particular segment, I felt touched and emotional rather. I am a victim of what happened during protest. Yeah. In Kano, I lost everything in just one day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is one story that most people do not know.
Do you want to quickly take us through that? Very briefly.
Just briefly. The same business I told you I set up in, trying to build the largest business database in Africa. Finally, I landed into the e-commerce, building an e-commerce platform. From Lagos office, Port Harcourt, Imo, down to Abuja and Kano. During a tough moment for the business, I decided to fold all these branches and move to Kano. That was when I moved some staff from Lagos to Port Harcourt. We all converged in Kano. Got a house, got an office, we were approaching there, trying to build all the markets, have the data and the markets on our platform. Guess what happened? During the 2024 End Bad Governance protest. I left Kano to Abuja in my house, and the next minute there was going to be protest the next day. I said, okay, close the office today so that tomorrow that place there won't be anybody. Trust me, I never knew that was the end of the business.
Oh my goodness.
Now, it's not about ending the business. I lost so much there, but that does not concern. What matters to me, staff, I knew how a lot of them struggled to get the job. And at this point, that we were actually so excited with what the growth of the business
is.
Over 150 agents across all markets in Kano working for us, including about 30 staff in the office. Halima, the next day, all of this family, that was the end of their paychecks, no more. Them leaving their homes to come to office, no more. It's just like this building with the staff in. Just you did not plan it, you did not see it coming.
And then
tomorrow morning, this place, let's assume everything, no single thing, including this bottle, was taken away, destroyed. The building structures down.
Was the building yours?
No, it wasn't.
Rented.
Yes. So imagine that.
That's so devastating.
That actually touched me more. Till today, the government of Kano, no single letter to say sorry. Yeah, a committee, we had a call, somebody called and said the committee said, you people should come forward. We went forward, we documented everything, we forwarded. As long as we are not politically inclined,
That's
the Kano State government did not bother.
Unfortunately, I think there should be a way to get a succor from that.
So I'm not complaining, but I'm trying to let you see why I wrote that letter. When I was writing, people could not see. It took someone who has actually been a victim
to
bring
write
it
like
out.
that.
Exactly.
Well, I went through the comment
Honestly,
section, and when I went through the comment section, of course, you would always get people with myopia, not thinking, you know, section.
We all school together, we'll do things together tomorrow. I don't believe in this division, this dichotomy that we found ourselves living in. So, talking about the potentials in northern Nigeria and the challenges, I think dwelling on the challenges is because we want to face reality, especially at this point where history is demanding so much from us, because the records are being set, and one day we don't want a distortion in the narrative that the future generations are going to see. That is why we're trying to tell the elders and the leaders to say to them, come, don't get us wrong when we speak ills about ourselves or about our society. What matters to us is about the reality that is hitting us today. And this reality is what's happening. To you, now, this Kayawuli, is it enough to solve the problem?
No.
Now, a lot of people piled up their anger within. Now, the same thing, a child or a family that maybe let's say the father that lost his farm, right, to probably others. No, the community will not address that issue. The next thing, the whole community is coming to this person, including those that are supposed to address this matter. They will come to this father.
Saying, be patient, sorry about it.
Exactly, sorry about that. And they expect you to take the sorry
and just
go
on.
home and take the sorry and serve as food to the plates, to your family. How can that help that particular man and his child that is watching what has been done to his father?
It's just a simple analogy.
Exactly.
For the late Major General Rabi that died in the bush.
Tell me.
I was just discussing with someone very important this morning to say, these things, they've been accumulations of a lot of things. What do you tell the child of this man? The mom is still in the bush. And I think that's where we should address the root causes. In what ways do you think we can address
now,
that?
you see, I wish it's something me and you can just leave the studio to just go to the war front and begin to change things. No, it's not like that. Because it's something that has to do with the authority. Why the authority? The authority, in the first place, the budgets of the taxpayers are being culminated into what supplies the arms. Now, it's about kinetic
and
energy.
non-kinetic as well?
No, I'm talking about the force.
Okay.
We don't have the authority to assume the position of that power that has the instrument to actually suppress the criminals over there. So I am saying, if that is the case, it is very important for the government to come in when it comes to rescue. It is not you and I, because we're armless, we're defenseless. Now, if we are to deal with this crisis as it is today, there has to be that immediate measures on how to deal with what is burning, the fire that is burning. Then, while this is being attended to, also somewhere beneath, also that long-term and that permanent solution is also being implemented.
So it's like to say the short-term, the medium-term, and the long-term.
Obviously.
Okay, in stages.
Yes. So in actually talking to the government, you see, Halima, we have this culture also in the North, which is part of the issues we have here. Now, when these crises are brewing, we overlooked this crisis.
Yes.
Now, the same attitude that say, that Allah that Allah malang azona. Sorry, what I'm saying is, excise patient, let this thing pass. Let it be. In fact, I like that. Let it be, and it ends up becoming what we don't know because we allow it to be. So, in dealing with this situation, it was more like we saw it when Boko Haram, even before Boko Haram, we saw this crisis coming.
Yes.
We allow it.
And we
go back to the data on the street. Find out of school children. Find out the Almajiri system. Find out the freedom of religious expression that allows just individuals to come from nowhere
and speak any way they want.
In fact, is he speaking alone? No. He has this volunteer students that comes in the name of, I majalisimani. This is where we sit. This is where we take the lessons from this person. No institutions has vetted this individual.
For long.
Yes, he's just somebody. How did Muhammad Yusuf became Muhammad Yusuf?
Of course. We're so nonchalant.
Exactly. So these are the things I was pointing in that letter. But I didn't speak in this manner. But I tried to let our southern colleagues realize that we are not actually afraid of those whatever weapons they are using against us. But the most devastating weapons is the one that are actually pierced through our soul deeply, right from time. When I was a child, till today, there are things that affects me that I can never change it. Not because of anything, because it has been instilled
rooted
in me.
In you.
Yes. So, but our colleagues out there could easily say, let's go to the protest, and everybody is on the street for the protest. But in our case,
we can't.
When you say, let's go to the protest, it's like, let's go and attack this building. Let's go, there's food inside. Let's go and see how we can fetch it. And let me tell you what will shock you, Halima. You see, when these boys attack buildings during protests, whatever they cut away with, Halima, their parents welcomed them home with it.
Unfortunately, we've seen
those that were able to move bags of grains, rice, palm oil, their parents welcomed them like heroes.
Because of poverty.
And these are people from 7 years old upward.
What are
to
we
25.
teaching them?
These are the people that are raiding the buildings, in taking opportunity of the crowd during the protest. And their parents, you don't blame them when you go and see the parent. I followed some of the things I've seen. They told me, I said, come, take me to that community. I went to a home. The family came. I said, these are the seats from my office. The mother came and said, Bawang Allah, take it easy, bear with us. I was in tears.
Because of their condition.
Yes. I pulled out money and added to, I said, keep the chairs and take this money and do more. The same child that went into that building and destroyed the building came to kneel before me.
Oh my God.
And was seeking for apology and thanking me for actually understanding their plight.
Oh my God, that's so sad. And quickly, is Northern Poverty now political infrastructure before we go to break?
I didn't get that, sorry.
Is Northern Poverty now political infrastructure?
Oh, perfectly. This is the frustration to people like us. Oh, yes. Okay, we said we're not going to join politics, but we ended up joining politics because we realized that there's a gap there.
And from the sidelines, you can't do anything.
You can't do anything. Because if you're sincere, that you actually want to make that change, you definitely need to diagnose it from inside and get to see the reality, not the hearsay.
I think we'll get to further details about that. It's a lot to really maybe dissect for our viewers to understand better, because there's something when you expect something and it's totally different. Exactly. Let's take another break. When we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us. We'll be back. Welcome back again. If you're just joining us, it's still S24 Spotlight on, and we've been speaking with Comrade Ajiwala, popularly known as an activist, an entrepreneur, a politician, and currently the new designation is the stalwart of the ADC. We've spoken a lot about our current situation as Northern Nigeria and the letter that Ajiwala wrote to our southern counterparts and even, let's say, Nigerians as a whole. In your letter, you drew a painful comparison. You said that the elite see public office as a license to loot the treasury, while the dispossessed see a broken storefront as a mandatory license to take basic commodities. That's a very difficult argument to even acknowledge as a person. Why did you come to this conclusion?
Halima, survival instinct. When in an environment where resources are scarce, there's no issue of justice or fairness. Now, everybody uses whatever opportunity that presents itself before. Now, haven't you seen political appointees being celebrated as if they've actually gotten a ticket to heaven? Now, this is because, in fact, okay, haven't you also heard or seen someone who has been castigated for being upright while in office and refusing to actually loot or touch public fund or actually abuse the trust? That individual will never be celebrated. That individual will actually be, in fact, nobody welcomes you home. That person end up dying poor within his own family members or community. Now, haven't you also realized that most of the young men that find themselves doing some things, I wouldn't say, for example, a lot of young people have left classrooms to delve into technology, abusing technology in the name of Yahoo boys. And this time around,
in fact,
girls.
there is plus. There is Yahoo plus.
Yes. Now, these individuals are being celebrated for what they display as their rich.
The affluence.
Exactly. So if you now come back to the issue of leadership and the followership in the North, especially in relation to the situation we're in, why people don't come out to protest, it's obvious. You see, coming out for protest, I was very careful not to conclude that it is truly haram. I was disagreeing when they said protest was haram. I totally disagree. But if you now look at it in a positive light, to stop people or to deny people the opportunity to go onto the street, also attack buildings, destroy businesses.
Especially people who worked tirelessly to build something.
So it's wrong. It's haram to destroy someone's business. It's haram to cut short of other people's opportunity just because you are coming out to protest. Now, I said, okay, protest is haram if we are trying to say, don't go out, don't create opportunities for this innocent, yet victims of whatever.
Circumstances.
Yes. So let's not create an opportunity whereby they will go out, perpetrate all the things they've done, and when you look at them as criminals, but if you want to go back and review the system and look at it, what about this same person sitting in the office that actually took the entire budget of a Ministry of Education and went to build a private school somewhere where his elites would patronize him with his own words? Now, this is the truth picture, my sister. So what exactly are we into? Do we blame the child, the poor child, that actually moved into the storefront,
because of
break into and pack whatever it is? His sister is dying, probably because of hunger. She has actually developed some acute malnutrition. And at the same time, the mother is lying. And now this boy has opportunity to take this food. If he comes back to kneel down before this person, this same another person that is also a victim, I might actually be fair to any public office holder that is abusing his law, I might also be fair enough to say to him, he is also a victim of circumstance. Because we celebrate
this
them.
is so dicey because if you look at it like in a bigger picture, everyone is guilty.
Thank you.
Everyone is guilty.
Thank you.
But what can we do to change the narrative? Because you just made mention of something very key, or germane, would I say, is that they are victims of circumstances, right?
Yeah.
But some people will say, you're making excuses for these people. What can we do right to change the narrative?
Beautiful. I have a solution for all the things I've mentioned. For example, the protests. You see, if coming together between the good, the bad, and the ugly is a threat to the street, to the society, the best thing we can do is decentralize the structure. Don't bring people on the same group anymore. Decentralize them and make sure the informed people you and I should actually create a forum, right? And within the same community where we have the vulnerable citizens, we still have few individuals that could serve as leaders.
Yeah.
Now, let them form their own cycles. Now, you must first create an opportunity for these people to bring them, the vulnerable ones, bring them in there so that let them have a bit of attention to what you are going to see.
Exposure, most
Exactly.
importantly.
So the question is, who is going to do this? The person that is going to do this, the you and I that sat in a classroom from primary, secondary to university, come back to your immediate community, society. Begin to organize, begin to deploy, to give back your knowledge, your senses, your refined
intellect.
Exactly. Give it back so that let this neighborhood of yours
And participate or enjoy the dividend of your education.
So the problem of why we have that society that is difficult to manage is because you and I refuse to actually go back and give it back to them. We
So
feel we are well refined, more refined, better than them.
Okay,
We
so I
don't want
think
to
in
mingle.
some situations, you'll find out that it's not just that people don't want to go there in isolation. For instance, I remembered when COVID outbreak started, and I recruit some of my colleagues and say, let's go and do public awareness about this. When we got there, we were almost lynched because they said, I think I'm so sorry for my language, and I felt terribly bad, but that shouldn't be an excuse, I totally believe. But in what ways can we do this in a way that our people, because once you go back as a refined person to our society, people believe someone is maybe bankrolling you somewhere. In what ways can we take ourselves back to give back without going as somebody they feel somebody is bankrolling us somewhere, and we can truly give back from our earnings, not from stolen funds or something?
Thank you. Thank you. I think we definitely have a responsibility here as citizens to first and foremost agree that, look, there's something very important. It's not when it matters. No. On a normal day, begin to create this, let's say, this civic platforms. It mustn't be registered.
Okay.
It can just be on a freelance. Walk in there, bring people within your neighborhood, and also find the next street who is somebody of your like minds to say, okay, come together, let's do something. And trust me, the people in my street will listen to me because I live there, I mingle with them, we pray together, we go to mosques. Now, the point is where we have problems is we don't see them when it matters or until when it matters too. That is the point.
When there's life occurrences.
Exactly. So, and another thing, let me also quickly say this. I don't know how time would permit this.
Yeah.
You see, part of the solutions that there is something in the north which is very, very important. I'm going to use an analogy. Somebody rushed to the theater room, the medical theater room for an operation. The most important thing that can be done to that person is to actually put that person on anesthesia.
Yes.
For him not to feel the pain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is what religion has turned. They've turned religion into an anesthesia. Yes. In fact, the easiest way to radicalize individuals is to use those chapters and verses
of the Quran,
either the Quran or the Bible, to actually make sure the person goes to the point that he will not feel the pain even if you touch the person. Even if you pinch the person will not feel the pain because he has been administered with this anesthesia to believe that whatever happens to him is not a pain because the pain in hereafter is much more difficult. So this person has assumed the position of a hero for himself. So that person is working as a machine. That person is talking to you and operating with that anger because he believes that what he's doing, he's much more, in fact, let me say he's secured. He has every protection. He has what's the word? I'm seeking for that word that makes some people feel like so immune against anything that can harm them because he feels his feet. Now, we need to really correct this.
That.
Yes.
It is deep-rooted, so we've got a long way to change the narrative. You wrote that the poor sometimes mirror the predatory patterns of leaders. Is that too Not,
of course, it's a reflect. Let me tell you, if a political appointee is in the office, now given appointment today, given 3 months, his lifestyle has changed. Why? Because he has everything around him.
Yeah.
He has people coming to worship him. Now, that is what these individuals, the less privileged, that feel, okay, if this guy goes this way doing his own thing, now every opportunity that comes my way, I'm going to reflect on what he does. Subconsciously. It's not like you sit down to plan to agree.
It's subconscious.
It just happened because we are competing against each other. Now, if those at the high level actually competing to show us that, look, they've made it. Now the same thing in the other part of the divide. These individuals are also saying, look, we can use whatever we can to actually get ourselves what we want. So the mentality is all about go and grab. They went in there as political appointees, as leaders, to grab. The same thing these other people also, they do nothing but to grab.
Unfortunately.
That is it. So that's the reflection, that's the mirror.
So what strategy do you think a northern youth would engage in with civics discipline before protest so that we don't always go back to the chaos that we've seen in the past?
Let the media create this consciousness in us. Let the media not be perturbed. Continue to work hard. Recognize individuals from local communities that are actually helping. There are a lot of individuals doing more than what we're doing. Excuse me.
Yes.
Now, these individuals, I guarantee you, if we can have them, I promise you, they will be encouraged to do more. So by the time you actually bring in this, make them the heroes of the communities, I bet you they will begin to create platforms where this particular citizens that we are looking down on would actually stand and say, wow. So there won't be, even if another pandemic happens to come, if you go in there, they will not feel these are strangers, these are aliens coming to us. So, because we ignore them, they feel ignored.
So we need to pay attention to them.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We'll take the final break. When we return, the conversation ends, but it doesn't just end in the studio. It continues because I've learned a lot from my big brother, Comrade IG Wala, to see that we go back to our society and give back in our own little way. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. And the last part of the Spotlight on edition for today with Comrade IG Wala. We've spoken a lot, and I believe this conversation will continue from this point. We'll still call my big brother in many more times to talk on different topics as they affect our nationhood. And let's quickly take a few more questions on the North-South, two different struggles. You addressed your letter to comrades from the South. Why?
Yeah, in fact, I had calls. Wala, where are you? We're on the streets. Have you graduated from the streets? Because you become a politician. I said, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't in town. I just came back yesterday. So I said, no. I saw comments whereby I say, people like IG Wala are no more seen on the streets because probably they've gone. I said, no, come on, that's not the point. And finally, I could see those on leading the protest. These are people who I've known personally one-on-one, who have done one or two things. So I've been there with them, but I felt not just me, they know that this is exactly what happened during the NSS.
Yeah.
I remember, even when we tried our best to actually join that from the north. It actually did not work. For obvious reasons.
Because obviously, I think NSAS is two different spectrum. What they expect with federal SARS in the South is not the same experience in the North. Yeah.
You're right. So on this one, I said, okay, it's obvious that it's glaring that the North is not doing anything. And because almost all of us agree that, look, protest is a distraction in the North. We can't help it. I've seen some, in fact, in the past, we made effort to explain to people this is the true situation in the North. It's end up in a chaos. We don't agree. They said, look, you guys are making up excuses and all that. But and I said, no, I felt the pain of what happened to the businesses on the street. And even another thing that matters, very important, is if you allow protest in the north to turn into chaos. Now, the victims are mostly those from the south.
Yes.
The businesses.
Yes.
The Igbo businesses, the Yorubas, printing press and all that. The media houses belong, so people traveling in between, the cuts in between the crisis and all.
And some lose their lives.
Exactly. A lot. So, and I said, no, let me write. Let them see this. So let me make an appeal. To them to feel, to understand. It's if we're not ready to join. We don't want the crisis to escalate. You go and protest trying to address an issue. Instead, you end up hitting another big yeah, because by the time an attack in Sabongari, where mostly the Igbos, in Kano, for example, you're going to hear people say, they're attacking the Southerners. So I try to...
And then he just go up into some...
Appeal to Southerners. With protest, rather, in the street of Kano, it is the protection of a Southerner. It's for the interest of the Southerner that we're not protesting. Because if you allow the protest to happen, I bet you they're not going to attack the homes of people because it's their own homes. They go straight to the businesses. And these businesses are owned by foreigners. Multinationals are not owned by local people, are owned by foreigners. When I say foreigners, I don't necessarily refer to somebody from outside the country. Yes, multinationals are for foreigners, quite okay. But who are the beneficiaries who are making a living out of the jobs in those companies? They are the locals and also probably people from the south. So this is the true situation.
Some would say we're still making excuses. So
no, yeah, I understand, but it's a painful reality that is being projected as an excuse. But because we definitely need to know how to engage. Times are changing. There were no social media. Now there are social media. Instead of practical or street protests, we can turn that into an online protest.
Yeah.
We could create a boycott whereby some services, anything government, if you say people stay at home, let nobody comes out and nobody goes to work. Let's see what the government is going to. The international, perception is, it will now be that this government is failing, and that's an impact. So we cannot go about creating solutions and we end up creating a bigger problem. And we feel we're comfortable with that.
So you've mentioned key things. The Southerners misunderstood Northern silence because they feel we just want to keep quiet, while we don't still understand the protest culture of the Southerners. Yes, right? If I'm correct.
Exactly.
Okay, now let's go to this. Is Nigeria, fighting one national battle or several regional battles? Just some days ago, for context.
I like this question.
Yes.
Perfect. This is for us to understand. You see, while we're all struggling to fix the country collectively, now the reality is we are already regionalized because the federation actually gave back
6 regions.
Exactly, the regions and also the states, down to the local government. Now, the same fight that is happening across, if you go to one state, you see the whole local government and the people, tribes and all this are also fighting a similar fight. So, but what, in essence, it is, we like it or not, we are segmented, we are regionalized, and not for bad, but for good. It's only that the challenges are overwhelming. Now, this is historical because the system of governance we are running is actually instead of creating more opportunities, but we see more of impediments in terms of growth. Now, I say to myself, come, let me struggle from inside. That is why sometimes I don't like the north-south
divide.
Yes, but the reality is from our culture, simple means of communication. I talk to you with a form of respect. I don't see a woman. I see a mother in you.
Yes.
So I cannot talk down to you when I'm talking to you.
Yes.
This is a culture.
In northern Nigeria.
In northern Nigeria. It's irrespective of religion. Now, that is one. Secondly, I also think of the opportunities here. We provide raw materials in this part of the town, the country. Now, you have the processing plants, right? You have the patience to take it and turn it into products. But we have the market. Then you bring it back to us. And we consume, we pay you. So that symbiotic relationship, it's compulsory. God designed it in this way. Or
Not just in Nigeria.
Nature has actually positioned us in this way. Now, the same thing, there are things we can't do all the building materials don't come from
Nigeria.
the north. It comes from the south. Forget that we have the sun, we have the cement, we have the water. But there are irons, woods, and all these things. So it's a compulsory that we must live together. So the issue of fighting the the smaller struggles. Yes, the regions are also, we are also fighting within our own regions. But when we come together, how do we now bring this effort together and begin to bridge the gap that is actually creating more space, that we are envying each other in trying to, we're even like being hostile to each other whenever we come together.
And trying to compete.
Look at what happens in the National Assembly. Most at times you see, they feel like, no, and in reality, the two divides, those representing us, are they really speaking for the people or for themselves? So
quite unfortunate. Due to time, we need to take a few more questions, maybe one more question, especially in your second letter.
Okay.
In another letter you wrote directly to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Nigeria's ruling political class, you said the silence of Nigerians is not concern, but a meticulous recording of grief. Now, when citizens stop speaking, is it peace or mostly is exhaustion?
It's both sides.
Okay.
Is the truth? Yes, because you see, politicians, especially the arrogant ones, like somebody said, I think it was the president that said he's an arrogant politician. He's a stubborn, sorry.
Stubborn, yeah.
Arrogant and stubborn, okay. He's a stubborn politician. You see, such stubborn politicians prefer a situation whereby people remain silent, right? Now, in a situation whereby people refuse to remain silent, it's a contempt to them. Now, but the reality is, if you make people to keep quiet by actually giving them what they deserve from the contracts that you have signed with them before they vote you in, then you are in a position that you must deliver. Now, if you don't deliver, people are going to talk.
They're going
so
to talk.
Northerners, our silence sometimes might be mistaken. In the case of insecurity and refusing to come out to protest, is a silence that actually means we are not with you. But we are waiting for an opportunity where we're going to reveal that we're not with you.
To vent the anger. And lastly,
yes.
The ADC movement. You recently moved toward ADC and introduced the movement as part of a new political direction.
Yeah, handshake movement.
Why ADC?
Yes, thank you. As many of our comrades are tempted to delve into politics, but there are rules, there are laws from the parties, let's say constitutions, whereby they do not allow newcomers to be given some privileges, right? Now,
the Not Too Young to Run bill is just, or a law, it's just...
Yeah, no, the law is there, but when you go into the political parties, you discover that there are a lot of things need to be changed to reflect the bigger...
The change.
Exactly. So I now said, okay, when ADC stepped in, that's when the coalition was formed, we now saw, we went through to check their rules, their constitution. It's so liberal compared to the other parties. When I see, okay, this is an opportunity for us to come in, and it worked. So a lot of young people are there. A lot of politicians are also that are aggrieved are there. So they have their experiences, and we are naive when it comes to politicking, but we feel, okay, this could form a good synergy whereby learn from them. We are coming with our own energy.
And take.
Exactly. We have this energy that they don't have. And they have the experience that we don't have. So why can't we come to a common ground and see how we can actually tap from? And the most important thing is you have free choice to make. You want to contest or you don't want to contest?
Thank you so much. I'm afraid due to time we need to
understand.
Go. Just a quick rapid fire before we call it a wrap. Just in a sentence, what must Northern Nigeria do for itself without waiting for Abuja? Just in a sentence.
Let the Malams, if I say Malams, I'm not necessarily the clerics, every influential figure in the North, please save us from these killings. Save us from the poverty. Please save us from what is happening to us by doing the right thing. Turn from the personal gain into the public gain.
Thank you. And on rapid fire, short answers only. Nigeria in one word.
Nigeria.
In one word.
Can trying times be a one word? A compound word, rather.
It's a compound word, just one word.
Okay, we're in crossroad.
Crossroad. Northern Nigeria in one word.
a thriving, thriving society.
Thriving. Thank you. Poverty in one word.
Weapon.
Illiteracy, accident or design?
Both.
You need to choose one.
Okay.
Accident or design?
Design.
Okay. Northern silence, fear, exhaustion or strategy?
Let me be positive. Strategy.
Strategy. Southern protest culture, courage or privilege?
It's privilege.
Okay. And ADC, alternative or experiment?
Experiment.
Okay. Youth anger, dangerous or necessary?
Wow. Can I choose it too?
No, you need to choose one.
Dangerous or necessary?
Yeah.
It's necessary.
Okay. Prison, punishment or lesson?
Lesson.
And 2027, do you think it's an illusion?
Or what?
Yes or no?
Okay. No.
No. Why? Just in one word.
We're still building.
Okay, we're still building. Building is the word.
Yeah.
One institution Nigeria must rebuild.
Wow. Political.
Okay, and then complete this. Nigeria will change when
we all agree.
we all agree. And complete this. The North will rise
when education is everywhere.
When education is everywhere. That's really key. Complete this. Power must do what?
Must serve the people.
Thank you so much. It's been an amazing conversation with you. And I would like to say come every day because this has been amazing. You've written with anger, pain, and warning. But if hungry young Nigerian is watching you tonight, someone angry enough to break but too tired to organize, what do you say to that person in one sentence?
Please, nobody hates you. So don't hate yourself and don't see people hating you. Listen to me because I want to help you. Meaning, listen to everybody that say, come, accept and listen. Trust me, you'll be over this situation you're in.
Thank you so much, Comrade IG Wala. Today's conversation reminds us that democracy is not only tested at polling units, it is tested in the way people feel, fear, silence, protest, and whether citizens still believe their country can be repaired or not. IG Wala's argument is uncomfortable. He says poverty can weaken resistance, illiteracy can distort civic action, and when there is no food on the table, it can turn protest away from policy and towards survival. And the poor are often blamed for the chaos created by those who govern them badly. But the deeper question is for Nigeria itself. Can a nation build democracy when citizens are too hungry to organize, too insecure to believe, and too disappointed to trust? Can Northern Nigeria build civic resistance that is disciplined, protected, peaceful, and impossible to dismiss? And can Southern and Northern citizens understand that their struggles may look different, but the demand is the same: dignity, justice, security, accountability, and a country that works? That is the conversation for today. This has been Spotlight On. I am Halima Abdulrauf. Thank you for watching. Stay with S24 Television and bye for now.
My name is Dr. Halima Bello. I'm a consultant obstetrician gynecologist here in Gorimpa General Hospital, FCT Abuja, and I'm a fistula surgeon. Vesicovaginal fistula, actually obstetrics, as the name goes, has to do with pregnancy and the journey of pregnancy. Most of the times it's due to prolonged labor. We call it prolonged obstructed labor, a labor that has gone on and on without a final delivery. You understand? And there's no intervention to get that baby out until probably baby dies, the woman suffers. For most of them, the histories is that they have had labor for 2 days, 3 days, yeah. Some of them 5 days, surprisingly, yes, as long as that. So they have labor for so long, they don't get delivered until probably the baby die in their wombs. And then after that, they develop the fistula. Some actually develop it, after the long stay of this of the labor. They go to hospitals, and probably before they are attended to or after they are in the process, they get the fistula. Yes, and then there are some that post-surgical complications and such a situation can occur. Like we have all this series of patients on the ward at the moment that have had it from different causes, but the commonest cause is prolonged obstructed labor. The issue of vesicovaginal fistula sincerely is just prevention. If we can get that prevented, let it not even happen, then sincerely we are man dry. But the problem is it's not being prevented. How? Some women don't go for antenatal. Even when they go for antenatal clinics, they don't end up delivering in the hospital. So you will see a large number attending antenatal, a few number coming to the hospital for delivery. Secondly, even if they're going to come to the hospital, they come to the hospital late. Sometimes the labor has gone on, the destruction has started, for whatever reason, probably sometimes finance. Most of them give us reasons that it's because of finances. They don't get money. They feel, people get afraid of coming to the hospital even before they are billed. They feel when they come to the hospital, they'll be billed. So, but they don't even come to know what it entails to get themselves out of that situation until when it has happened. So there's that fear of coming to the hospital. And then again, some of them feel that when they come to the hospital, they have to queue up, wait for so long, waiting time is so long that they can't, So people have many reasons anyway why they don't come to the hospital. But also the socioeconomic status too. Let's be realistic, poverty plays a very, very high role. Sometimes they don't even have the transportation to come to the hospital. Sometimes their roads are not accessible. Before a person gets himself or herself out of where she's living to the hospital, main hospital, it might take her hours. Once you are known to have fistula, you are so stigmatized that not just depression, psychosis, frank psychosis has happened to years in some women, whereby they get depressed because they can't do anything with their lives. You are not sick, as people will say. You're not sick. Yes, you're not sick, but you're really sick inside because you can't just do anything like every other person does. You don't have a freedom to associate with people. You don't have, in fact, sometimes you don't even have the freedom to even sell in the market. That is how bad it is. People don't want to buy from you. So if people don't buy from you, how do you survive? Then when you go to places, you're being stigmatized. People don't want to stay around you. They feel you're smelling, So their lives, in fact, the quality of their lives is really bad. So some of them get depression. Some of them, unfortunately, go into prostitution, destitutes, homeless, so many things. Some of them are even being treated as so-called outcasts, witches, so many things. And then it even prevents you, even if you're a working class lady, you have such a problem. It's even worse. You can't go to work. Now, every time you go to work, you're feeling so insecure that probably as I'm sitting, I'm wet or I'm smelling or this, and you don't have a quality of life until you. So it's really something that's disturbs women a lot. Management is just a damage control, and it is more difficult to manage a damaged thing than to create a new thing. But there's joy in it because once you do it and it works out fine, which most of the time we're lucky that it works out fine, you're happy. The patients are happy and you're happy. And you will see you will see yourself that you have transformed a woman's life from what was previously a nothing or is destitute to somebody who is happy and living. We have a lot of ambassadors out there that are ready to come today and tell you about their ordeal and what they are today. So by doing these surgeries, we help to restore at least their dignities. Because once you stop leaking, your dignity is restored in any way. Yes. So, and then we do have some NGOs, the governments, all forms of bodies that help in rehabilitating them and reintegrating them back into the society, because you don't just finish repairing and then the situation is still there. If you repair her and she cannot go back to her community, but she still cannot be used to herself, then it's still a problem. When you repair her and that's issue, the next thing is that okay, you have helped her in gaining her confidence. The next thing is that What will she do? Yes, she needs to be rehabilitated. She needs to be integrated into society, and it becomes history. There might be some fields that there are new equipment in town, there are new personnel in town. Yeah, I know that. But for fistula, I'm not sure that we have gotten there yet. We sincerely need to do a lot more. Because if you see a patient with fistula, it tells us about our maternal mortality. So if our maternal mortality is actually improving, we have a good maternal mortality rate is improving, then I would say maybe fistula too. But what I don't understand now is that I still see new cases of fistula. And it baffles me that why are we having new cases? So something is wrong, something fundamentally wrong. If we are still having new cases of new, about new, in the past we used to struggle with the issue of backlog because there were no specialists to repair them and clear them off. Now we have a lot of backlogs that have been taken care of, are still being taken care of. But we are having new cases. Where are we having new cases? Younger ones, older ones, multiples, para and nulliparas. We're having so many cases of fistula. Why? So that will give the answer to whether there's an improvement. Yes, that will give an answer, because I see that even our younger doctors are even leaving the country. We that were in the fistula now, we are getting older, we're getting tired. The younger ones that keep coming, I can't point out 5 young doctors that are interested in fistula. Yes, I can point them out to you. They are not in it. Because one is, they feel is a difficult field. You come, you walk, and these things are not finishing. They're just coming, and it's just damage keep coming, and then they leave. Who does it after? Who takes over afterwards? And anybody can fall a victim to this. So what happens if it happens? So I think it's something that we should take seriously in this country, so that we can do this thing. But what we need the most is prevention. Because sincerely, if this thing is not prevented from there and it comes here as this thing, we continue to do this thing. And this prevention is not about the health workers alone. The health workers should be involved. The government should be involved. The parents should be involved. The children should be involved. The pregnant women should be involved. The husbands should be involved. Everybody should be involved. I was surprised when I came into the system, came to the field, and I saw that there are really many of them living with it, many years. So I see that this fistula is there, and we should not neglect that aspect. We should take it very seriously, because every woman that is affected with this fistula, a whole family is affected. The whole family is affected, and every woman that is happy in a family, you see that the whole family is happy. So I just want the world to know that with good prevention, this will be history. It is history in other countries now. We see less of fistula, especially fistula, in many other countries. Why are we still having it here in Africa?
On the rolling hillside of Ngong, towering wind turbine spin against the Kenyan sky, producing clean energy and helping power the country's future. But beyond the electricity they generate, these turbines also tell another story. One of women engineers breaking barriers and proving their places in industries traditionally dominated by men. Among them is engineer Jennifer Kashe, whose career has been closely tied to Kenya's renewable energy. Kenya's renewable energy journey. Standing beneath the turbines, she reflects on the significance of seeing a vision become reality. For Jennifer, the project represents years of advocacy and learning. At a time when renewable energy was still viewed with caution, she sought specialized training in Sweden, where she studied wind power technology and modeling. Today, as turbines rotate across the landscape, Jennifer says the greatest reward is seeing an idea take shape and benefit communities.
Standing on this point and seeing these wind turbines turning and generating clean energy for the country, I feel very happy and very gratified. And I feel that this is an example that all the countries need to emulate.
While Jennifer is helping drive Kenya's renewable energy ambitions, another woman engineer is transforming waste into opportunity. Inside a bustling Nairobi factory, engineer Nzambi Mati oversees the production of eco-friendly paving blocks made from recycled plastic waste. Our company turns discarded plastic into durable building materials, offering both environmental and economic solution. But success has not come without challenges. Nzambi says women in technical fields often face additional scrutiny beyond the demands of the work itself.
This is a very manual labor intensive sector, I'll not lie. Biologically speaking, as a woman, you're kind of at the disadvantaged end. So you find what your counterpart can do, you can only do maybe half, especially when it comes to like physical lifting, like a lot of physical elements. And so you find from an employer perspective, it's expensive to actually hire women.
Manufacturing remains physically demanding. But Nzambi has built a thriving enterprise while challenging assumption about who belongs on the factory floor. Despite those realities, she continues to innovate, proving that engineering can be a powerful tool for solving environmental challenges.
As a woman engineer, I was able to tell my story, and I was able to indicate that wind power is a feasible energy source. And luckily for me also, the organization trained me. So I went to Sweden in Malmo to learn about wind power technology. And when we were there, we were also taught how to do wind power modeling. And now when I came back with that knowledge, I was now empowered to even be able to convince the organization of the fact that we must balance our energy by using some renewable and non-renewable methods. And when you come and you see a project that we initiated has taken ground and it is working and it is an example and it is being looked upon by the citizens and by other people, you get so much joy from a career. So I can say that as an engineer, I've had a very fulfilling work as a profession.
Back at Ngong, mentorship is helping open doors for the next generation of women engineers. Among those benefiting is civil engineering graduate Linda Lichuma, who says guidance from experienced professionals has been invaluable.
We, at the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, we are big on mentorship, and personally, under the mentorship of Engineer Jennifer Gache, I have learned quite a lot. I work with her in the Women Engineers Committee at the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. One thing I have learned from her, truthfully and honestly, is that young people need to be given an opportunity to walk into rooms where decisions are being made. Nothing really fully prepares you for how difficult it's going to be there, but I guess what sustains you there is the passion that you have, and then I guess the belief in yourself that you're a STEM person, you love the sciences, the mathematics, and everything all in between. I think that just kind of makes it fun.
Linda believes young engineers need opportunity to participate in decision-making spaces and gain real-world experiences. Jennifer's commitment to mentoring and community engagement has earned recognition across Africa.
I won an award from the Federation of African Engineer Organization as a woman engineer with excellent practice. And I think that award is based on some of these things that I've done, because I've gone to so many communities, because currently I work for 8 countries. And in all these 8 countries, every time I take that vision of mine of supporting the local solutions.
From renewable energy projects on Kenya's hillsides to innovative recycling factories in Nairobi, women engineers are reshaping industries and inspiring future generations. Their work is helping power homes, reduce waste, create jobs, and expand opportunity for others. And as Kenya continues to grow, these women are proving that innovation is strongest when everyone has a chance to lead.
Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, a city many describe as chaotic, is where Amanda Etuk sees opportunity.
the city encourages you, like you can't even relax. The person next to you has come up with something else. People that you see people online, oh, I've been in Lagos for 1 year and I've just bought I'm like, oh my God, I've been here all my life. So there's always something to, as our people will say, ginger you in Lagos.
Etuk didn't initially set out to change Nigeria's supply chain system. With a pharmacy degree from the University of Lagos, she was simply interested in solving problems, and the problems in Nigeria's logistics market, valued at over $72 billion as of 2023, were hard to ignore.
We focus on mid-stage entrepreneurs. That's basically like the messy middle. They've gone past the ideation stage. They've been in business for at least 2 years. They've started to see some traction in their business. So they already have that drive and that grit. It's more like, how do we now scale this business?
Her journey took a sharper turn with the role of Hygia HMO, which opened her eyes to recruiting failures in last-mile delivery. But by 2024, a new challenge called. Amanda joined Cascador, a prestigious accelerator supporting Africa's mid-stage high-growth companies. She became program director, overseeing the organization's $2 million catalytic fund.
Going into a mentorship program was actually what changed it all for us, how we need to see things different, the kind of approach we need to engage in, and how we need to also scale and sustain over a period of time. So yes, I think it's encouraged that all founders should definitely go into one form of mentorship or have one mentor or the other that they're discussing things with.
Cascador's impact is significant. Its alumni have raised more than $55 million, achieving an average of threefold year-over-year revenue growth since 2019.
Last year, 2024, the Africa Venture Capital Association reported $3.6 billion, that's billion with a B, in total deal size, right? So deal volume. And this was, of course, across 450 deals on the continent. So that is a significant number, anyhow you choose to look at it.
For Etuk, though, the reward is not just the numbers, it's the ripple effect of growth.
I think my purpose really is to help birth things. That's really my purpose, and doing this gives me joy. Talking to entrepreneurs and being able to contribute one aspect to their growth, it makes me happy. It keeps me up at night and it keeps me going every morning. You know, you might have a very difficult day and then you get a great message from an entrepreneur and say, oh, I was able to negotiate this opportunity based on our conversation.
From transforming last-mile logistics to shaping the next generation of African scale-ups, Amanda Etuk is using problem-solving to rewrite what's possible for entrepreneurs on the continent.
Hello and welcome to Spotlight On, right here on S24 television, where we sit with minds and makers shaping the future of our society. Today, our spotlight falls on a man whose journey bends across science, education, and public service. Trained in physics at the University of Abuja, went on to advanced study in mathematical physics at the People's Friendship University of Russia, and has publicly research in condensed matter and Yet his story did not remain in the laboratory, it moved into classrooms, communities and government, from education delivery under BESDA to science, technology and innovation leadership in Gombe State. This is a conversation about more than one man's resume. It is about whether science can speak the language of governance, whether innovation can leave policy papers and touch ordinary lives, and whether a technocrat can survive the turbulence of public office without losing the discipline of evidence. Professor Abdullahi Boppa Ahmed, thank you for joining us on Spotlight On. Today, we're going to probe from the beginning, where it all started, because firstly, the foundation is very key in every situation. If we take a look at from Shamaki to science, you were born in Gombe and built your academic foundation in physics before moving into advanced work in mathematical physics. When you look back now from where you started, what first pulled you towards science? Wonder, discipline, ambition, or the need to solve real life problems?
Curiosity. I grew up being like someone who liked to solve problems, and if you're in science, you solve a lot of problems. So, and that's what pushed me towards sciences.
Oh, so it's curiosity. That's the simple answer. So Russia, rigor and worldview, because you started from somewhere and you went all the way out. You studied in Russia. In a later public interview, you linked that experience to your belief in automation and smarter public systems. What did Russia teach you, not just academically, but mentally, about order, scale, and what functioning institutions look like for our current climate?
Well, I think Russia has changed my, perception and understanding the world. And I believe it has done that to a lot of people that went to Russia to study. You have a complete change of mind. You have a complete, change of philosophy when you go to Russia, because you're dealing with people that believe in their own selves, that believe in, yes, they can do it alone. And that is what Russia has taught me, to move like just a one-man army, because it's to move with a lot of things, but one person is solving them. You have a lot of problems and one person also. For example, if you see how the Russians are, managing the sanctions at the same time, but when you go to Russia, you hardly feel the sanction. When you see Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, alone trying to push the world to its knees, someone who the world think they can finish him within 48 hours, but still they remain the superpower they used to be, even then during the Soviet Union. So I think going to Russia has entirely changed my perception about the world. I used to think you need a team to succeed, but I believe you can do it alone.
Oh, do it alone. In our reality as Nigerians, and if we go back to Gombe State, do you think that's really possible? Because one man, especially if it is in government, might not be able to do a lot of things.
Well, you see, when you go to Gombe, for example, let me speak the language people understand Gombe is Gombe State is a man that people see him a kind of controversial man, a kind of someone who is very tough. And he goes his own way when he wants to do things. And that is why he has achieved a lot of things within this 7 years. You think he has done like 10, 14 years in government, because he believes in moving the path alone. What I mean alone is you have your ideas and you move for it. And when you have, where you want to go, some ideas or confusions or distractions, don't change your path. And that is what I'm saying. You can move alone once you are determined.
We'd like to know, who is Governor Inuoyahaya to you? Because it seems there is a good or cordial relationship, and people would like to know, who is this person to you? If you start from maybe personal relationship before election to the electioneering period, and also to when you were appointed in different capacities.
Yeah, to me, Alhaji Muhammad Inuoyahaya is more than a godfather. He's a role model. He's a father to me, someone who believes in me when a lot of people don't have that confidence in me, someone who brought out the beauty, who brought out, the best of me, someone I believe who has changed my life from where I were before and to where I am today. Someone I see him as, a game changer in my life. And Muhammad Inuoyahaya is an institution himself. Muhammad Inuoyahaya is someone that I have studied, just like I've studied physics. I know when he's happy, I know when he's angry, I know when he wants to see me, I know when he doesn't. And I know, his body language, I know his emotional intelligence. And this is someone I can tell you that I can interpret his smile. I can interpret, how he looks at you. Are you welcome or not? So he's someone who always wants to see the best out of you.
That's a long thing to talk about.
Yes.
How long did it take you to understand the governor like this? Because it seems like you've read a whole book and you can decode everything in it.
I did a kind of a study, I took my, primary and secondary data from his friends, and also from my own interaction with him. Personal interactions. And because the first time he gave me appointment, And a friend told me that, okay, you are going to deal with a kind of a complex person. He is not wicked, but he's complex. I said, I don't understand. He said, you hardly understand what wants to come out from his mouth, but you see it from his own body language, reactions. So, and again, I decoded something prior to the elections. Sometimes you see him, when you come closer to him, he will be smiling. Sometimes you see him, frowning at you. So I said, okay, this man, I think I need to study him very well. So that was when I had a lot of interaction with his friends, with his family members, and also my own interaction with him. And that was what makes me, I can predict what he will do next. And, and inshallah, he will do it because I have studied him. And he's a person that doesn't want you to put more pressure on him to always be close to him. He likes you to give him space.
Distance.
He likes this distance, relationship. So by doing that, that was why you see our relationship with him is very, very cordial. You go to him whenever he needs you. Whenever he doesn't want you to be with him, just give him that space. So this is the kind of a person Muhammadu Inuahaya is, and he's a perfectionist, as I told you. When he starts something, he wants to see it 100% done. Completed. And he doesn't want to give you job and you'll be sleeping today, you'll be lazy. No, he like hard work. That's why if you work with him, we always say the reward of hard work is more work. So if you do a very good work, he adds a good job for you. And that is why from BESDA, he promoted me to commissioner. I was not even the chairman of SUBEB, but just coordinating a project. But you can see, because he believes in the job we did, and that was why he promoted us again to the highest rank you find in the state, the executive council member. So this is the kind of a man that I told you, he's a father, he's a role model, he's a mentor, and I can tell you that he is everything that I am today.
Okay, so the scientists in government, a lot of people can teach theory, far fewer can move from equations and models into public administration. What was the inner shift for you when you left the lecture room and entered governance? What did you have to unlearn?
Well, I've never left the lecturing room. I've always been there. And for someone who has, diverse ideas, so to say, I believe that a lot of things I see, whenever I see something, the fact that I know how to code and I know how to automate a lot of things, whenever I see things, I see them, for example, my own way of doing things. And let me give you an example. When we came in 2019, prior to the election, we believe the governor contested in 2011, he contested in 2015, and all the elections were not successful. So in 2019, we came up with an idea of having an election situation room. And so if we want to do that election situation room, what do we need to do? We need to do something entirely different that has never been implemented or applied in our election in Gombe State. And that was why Excel to collate our results, even before INEC, their results. So we did that alone. So we brought our ideas from the university that we think we need to get our results electronically, even before INEC, collating their own. So we did it across all the 11 local governments, all of the polling units. We developed a simple Excel that gives us information from the polling unit to the wards collation centers, and to the state, central situation room. And that has been a game changer in the politics of Gombe State.
That's really interesting, because for a one man, I believe that a lot of people would think that's impossible. So why education first? You were appointed coordinator of BESDA in Gombe, a program aimed at tackling out of school learning gaps. Why did education become such a defining part of your public service identity?
Coming from the northeastern part of Nigeria, you know that we have this gap when it comes to education. And even though we have the, Zangaya education, but it's not, recognized. But the fact that Western education came all over and took everything. When you go to northern Nigeria, a lot of people study only secondary school level, and that's all. And it was later on that a lot of people start going to universities, having diplomas. So when you go to northern Nigeria, and according to the needs assessment of 2014, it shows that Gombe State is part of the states that are having a lot of out-of-school children. And the need to enroll them back to school was a kind of agitation that has been there for decades, but there was no access until when the governor came on board. And one of the mandates of His Excellency Alhaji Muhammadu Inuaha is to return, over 450,000 out-of-school children back to school. According to the baseline data we have that over 450,000 out-of-school children. So we came up with an idea on how to reduce this number of out-of-school children and give equitable access, for children that have been, so to say, marginalized, and also to improve the literacy level. Even those that are in the school need to have improvement in their literacy, because you find people in primary 5 but cannot read or write, cannot blend letters. So that was the idea. And for me, who has been in the system, who have a lot of programs that has to do with out-of-school children. So when we had this idea with His Excellency, I found that this is an opportunity to also give my own contribution. So, and that was how we started, by identifying the areas and the schools that have proximity with these people. So we started with sensitization, advocacies, and the parents, accepted it, and we started enrolling them back to school gradually, and came up with another easy, pedagogy that they will easily understand and have. For example, we came up with the idea of Mukoma Makaranta.
That's also, we go back to school.
Yes. So, and that was, I believe also it was a game changer. And there was this pedagogy of NEI. They came with, it's a kind of an accelerated learning approach. Then when you go to school, it's very easy. Children learn with musics, with this. And so for them is to start learning blending words, blending how to read, how to write, because as I said earlier, you find someone in primary 6, but he cannot read, he cannot write. The approach was the problem. So that new approach we came with is what people used to call yaran bezda, because everywhere you go, they will be singing kena na er makaranta, na er malamai. So they will say, okay, what is that nana? How do you blend the nana? Na plus na gives you na. So er makaranta, that's so with that
school child or
children. So because
school.
of that song, a lot of them started reading, writing, and it was a game changer in the history of education in Gombe State.
That's really lovely. Now let's go from classroom to code. In your public remarks, you framed your focus on education plus ICT modernization with a push toward e-governance and automation. For many Nigerians, that sounds good on paper. What does it actually look like in practice in a state like Gombe?
Yeah, you see, now a lot of governance is not easy, and you find our governors are always traveling here and there, meetings and so on. So, and for you to even sit down with your team, for you to even have files moving, for you to, have a kind of a meeting every day with your team, it's going to be difficult. So, and again, in the public service, sometimes files, you say, where's this file? They say, oh, the file is missing. Oh, where's this file? No, for long we've seen it in this place. It's even difficult for you to track a movement of file. So now once you automate all these processes, it's very easy for you to even have a file that has been there for like 20 years. You can just, within a click, just put the file number, all the information to come. For example, a commissioner would like to send a memo to His Excellency. It's just for him to type his memo and forward it, to the governor, and the governor sees this. If he likes, he recommends for the discussion, or he approves, or he reroute the letter. You don't necessarily need to see the governor directly, and your file has been moving, and you can track the file. Is it in the governor's office? Is it in the finance? So these are things that, automation has brought into governance, and this is thing that we believe if all government, activities will be automated, a lot of gaps will be bridged, and that was what I told you you earlier, that these are a lot of ideas that we've seen abroad and which are doable here locally. And with that automation we've started, a lot of things have, changed. A lot of people used to have difficulties seeing the governor, and even the governor sometimes will be in another place and he wants to have a meeting. It's going to be difficult for him
put
to.
people together.
Yes, so once you just, within a click, a memo or a message will be sent that so minutes or hours you're going to have meeting with His Excellency, so you'll be ready. And sometimes you see a government official want to send a message and they say His Excellency has not been on seat for 2 weeks. So it's very easy for him to just send a message and the governor sees it and he replies very easily. And you can't say the file is missing, because you can track your file, you can see where the file is.
Now, let's quickly brush through building digital infrastructure in a low-resource environment. Your ministry publicly pursued ties with NITDA and Galaxy Backbone, and later Gombe sought partnership with Naseni to support prototypes and commercialization. What were you trying to build beneath the titles, skills, infrastructure, credibility, investment, or all of the above?
Yeah, all of the above, all of the above. You see, when you go to northern Nigeria, you find that the infrastructure deficit is just visible in Gombe State. The IT, for example, there are places that up to now they are not connected. The fibers are not there. So, and that was what Galaxy is trying to do. And also, you look at some areas that you have, the literacy level in terms of digital literacy level is very, very low. So we are trying to reach out to them using NITDA, because with NITDA you have digital literacy programs that will enhance their knowledge, and because you have a permanent secretary or a director that doesn't have the technical know-how. Now that we are migrating to e-governance, so without building their capacity, without them having this technical know-how, without them improving their digital literacy skills, it's going to be difficult for you to, to migrate. And also with Neseni, we have the talent, we have the harvest talent that we did. You have a lot of people with the talent, but there is no access. So we create that door, we create that access for them, to meet with the people outside, the gladiators, the people that, can give them what they have. And that's why we are collaborating with Neseni and the sister agencies. Yeah.
Well, so now let's look at the burden of expectation. When people look at technocrats, they often expect clean answers to dirty problems, especially in cases like yours. Has public office made you more hopeful about Nigeria or more realistic?
More hopeful, because I believe then when we were out of government, we were saying things is very easy to do it. But now coming, we believe it's very difficult. But I believe if a lot of people will come in, Nigeria is a country that is very, very great, that has a lot of opportunities. So you don't need to sit back and start thinking, oh, it's not going to happen. You need to come in and make it happen. So that's why I said it's very, very possible. And we are hopeful that one day we are going to have a greater country.
So now when your time in office and public life is eventually assessed, what would matter more to you? Titles, policies, signs, systems built, or minds that you changed?
Minds that have changed.
And if a young boy from Gombe is watching you today, brilliant, curious, underexposed, and maybe underestimated, what will you want him to understand about knowledge, power, and purpose?
Nothing comes easier. You need to work, and dedication. The reward of hard work is more work.
That's true. The reward of seriously, I think when you know the way to work, you're always getting more work. We used to do something called rapid fire. It's just simple answer, yes or no, a simple sentence to the question. So let's quickly go over it so we can call it a day. The first one is physics or politics?
Oh, physics.
Why?
It makes me think a lot.
Okay. Equation or executive memo?
Well, I'll go for equations.
Okay, lab coat or abada?
Both.
No, you need to choose one.
Lab coat.
Okay, one word for Gombe's future. Just one word.
One word for Gombe future? A greater Gombe in the future.
Just one word.
One word for Gombe future?
Yeah.
I think I'll use the governor's word of Kogizo.
Kogeism. Okay, still 3 words. Anyways, one technology Nigeria is still underrating.
Cybersecurity.
Okay. And one public myth about innovation you dislike.
It's just tough.
It is, but it needs answer because scientists
Like
are always
social
smart.
media, it's an innovation, but it has destroyed a lot of people.
And one book every young leader should read.
Wow. Like, I think it's a book for Ted.
Okay, 48 Laws of Power. I think I've said something briefly about the book. And one thing academia taught you that politics did not.
Standing firm.
Standing firm. Okay. One thing politics taught you, again, that you will be able to apply in your real life. Patience. And data or instinct. Your instinct or data?
Instinct.
Instinct. Prof, science people used to cherish data a lot. Okay. Okay, Silicon Valley, Moscow, or Gombe. Where did you learn the hardest lesson?
Moscow.
Moscow. That's where you study, so it's possible.
Yeah.
Most important quality in leadership: intelligence, courage, or restraint?
Courage.
Courage. Okay. If not a physicist, what would you have been?
Mathematician.
It's part of it. I think you study mathematics, so yeah. What should outlive you? Your office, your ideas, or your example?
Wow. My ideas.
I think that should outlive anyone, your ideas and the kind of impact they make in people. The last one, if you're to give a young person maybe an advice on the way to steer their life, what would it be in just one sentence?
Always try to be honest. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how much you pay, just be honest.
Thank you. Professor Abdullahi Bapa Ahmed, thank you so much for joining us. And yours is a journey that refuses easy labels. It is the story of a scientist who stepped into society's unfinished work, of a mind trained in theory, but tested in human reality, from equations to education, from research to reform, from the precision of physics to the messiness of governance. Your part raises an urgent question for our times. Can knowledge truly serve the public good? This has been Spotlight on S24 television. My name is Halima Abdurrauf, and tonight we leave you with this thought. Sometimes the brightest minds are not the ones who escape the system, but the ones who enter it and dare to rebuild it in the best way possible. Bye for now.
For decades, golf in Kenya was seen as a sport reserved for men, the wealthy and the well-connected. But on the rolling greens of Thika Greens Golf Resort, a quiet transformation is underway. Women are stepping onto the course, challenging stereotypes and building a community where confidence and belonging come first.
I remember I started training just before COVID. I had started showing the interest. But when I walked in, I didn't feel I belonged. In my mind, I was like, I don't think this place was designed with me in my mind. So it was quiet. Of course, it was not shouting that, but it was quiet and welcoming. Like, people will stare at you. They will not, they will wonder, who is this one coming from? What are we coming to do here?
That feeling of exclusion became the spark for change. In late 2023, Jacqueline Sirai founded Girls Go Golf on GWG, a growing movement that uses golf not only as a sport, but as a tool for mentorship, wellness, and empowerment.
The Girls Go Golf started 2023, towards the end of 2023. That's when now I fully registered. It's a fully registered society. And the idea was to bring women together, first of all. Yes, golf was the idea initially, but now we've evolved to many other things we do together. for wellness, for health. So we also have those things, mentorship.
What began with a handful of women has quickly evolved into a supportive network welcoming both experienced golfers and complete beginners. Golf coach Emmanuel Wekesa has watched the shift happen in real time. More women are taking lessons, earning handicaps, and entering tournaments.
Golf was a sport for men, but so far what I'm seeing, it has really changed. And the impact, it's a good thing, because women, they are really playing, they love the sport, because each and every day, at least I get a referral from the different ladies and those who want to start. And I get new ladies, and they are doing very well. And to be honest, I'm happy with them. The progress, they are doing very well so far. Most of them, they have got a handicap. They participate in tournaments, and considering this few years from 2021 and up to now, it's amazing. They're playing, they're enjoying, they're winning.
The movement is already inspiring a younger generation. Through partnership with organizations like Girl Up, girls are being introduced to golf as a pathway to confidence, opportunity, and global exposure.
We're invited by Girls Who Golf, Madam Jacqueline, who is like our vice now. We're Gala, a UN organization for girls, supporting girls at all. So we were called for the golf clinic, and we were like, why not, sis? We're not that good in golf, so we're here for training and all. And in the near future, with golfing, I hope and wish that to take me like abroad, further my golfing. As golf is not that easy, but okay, there's nothing easy. So you just have an open mind, be ready to learn, and get the best from what you're being given here.
For many of the girls, golf is no longer seen as an impossible sport. It is becoming a space where they can dream bigger.
Jackie is an amazing leader. Working with her is excellent, because she has a way of cutting across from dealing with us who are a bit experienced to those who have never really held a club. And what I love most about her is her soft heart for the underprivileged. And that is why, for me and her, we ride.
At the heart of Girls Who Golf is inclusion. With the seasoned players or first-timers, every woman is encouraged to step forward and take a shot. Across Kenya's fairways, the sound of change is growing louder. With every swing, every lesson, and every new golfer stepping onto the course, these women are reshaping the future of the sport, proving that golf belongs to everyone.
Global recognition at 17, Nafisa Abdullahi Aminu from Yoruba State made history, becoming the world's best in English at the 2025 10 Ego Global Finals in London. Nafisa topped over 20,000 competitors from 69 countries, including many from native English-speaking nations. She excelled across comprehension, writing, grammar, and public communication. Her victory exemplifies both personal brilliance and the rise in quality of education in Nigeria. Her family credited Nafisa's success to dedication, discipline, and the enabling support of the Yoruba State government under Governor Mima Labuni's scholarship-driven reforms at NTIC. They've called on the federal government to formally give Nafisa the deserved respect and recognition. Prominent voices have joined the call. Former Minister Professor Isa Alipantami urged that Nafisa receive rewards alongside Nigerian sports champions, such as the 3-bedroom flat, $100,000 and national recognition (ON). Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar described her achievement as proof that the Nigerian girl child can excel globally if given the right support. Nafisa joins a growing generation of Nigerian teenagers making waves worldwide, like Amara Umwonele, 17-year-old winner of the 2025 Earth Prize for turning a Lagos dam into a community playground using recycled materials. John Oseni, 20, awarded the Global Child Prodigy Award in 2022 for software innovation. And Kanya Chukwutagbo Okeke, 15, creator of a Guinness World Record 12,304 square meters canvas to champion autism awareness. Their stories affirm a powerful truth. When Nigerian youths are nurtured through scholarship, discipline, and quality education, they just compete. They need the world stage. Should the federal government reward Nafisa Abdullah Aminu like the Super Falcons? Share your thoughts in the comment section.
The death of Ali Khamenei marks a major turning point in global geopolitics, placing him among a group of world leaders whose rule ended through violence, military intervention, or targeted operations rather than peaceful political transition. Khamenei, who led Iran since 1989, spent decades confronting the United States and its allies over regional influence, sanctions, and Iran's nuclear ambitions. His reported killing in a foreign military strike reflects how geopolitical rivalry can escalate to the point where leadership itself becomes a strategic target. The fate of 7 leaders, in particular, illustrates how power struggles, ideological conflicts, and international intervention have repeatedly converged to end political reigns through force. In Libya, Muammar Gaddafi was killed on 20th October 2011 during the collapse of his regime in the Libyan civil war after NATO-backed airstrikes weakened his forces. His death ended more than 4 decades of rule but left Libya politically fragmented. In Iraq, Saddam Hussein lost power after the Iraq War. He was captured by U.S. forces and executed on 30 December 2006, closing a long and controversial era in Iraqi politics. Egypt experienced a dramatic political assassination when Anwar Sadat was killed on 6 October 1981 by Islamist militants during a military parade in Cairo, partly in reaction to his peace agreement with Israel. In West Africa, revolutionary leader Thomas Sankara was killed in a coup on 15 October 1987, ending a radical reform project that had begun only 4 years earlier. The early years of African independence saw a similar tragedy with Patrice Lumumba, who was executed on 17 January 1961 during a Cold War power struggle that involved both domestic rivals and foreign interests. More recently, Chad's longtime president, Idriss Deby, died on 20th April 2021 after being wounded while visiting troops fighting rebels in northern Chad, abruptly ending 3 decades of rule. Across different regions and decades, these cases reveal a critical reality of international politics. When geopolitical tensions escalate, leaders themselves can become central targets in the struggle for power. Their deaths rarely end the conflict surrounding them. Instead, they often trigger new instability, reshape regional politics, and leave lasting consequences for their countries and the global order.
Welcome back. If you're just and conflict memory in the newest of archives from the Conflict Memory Center by John Costa, who lives in Leicester. Nearly 1 in 3 basic school teachers, about 33.3%, are not properly qualified to teach. That's over 492,000 teachers across Nigeria. Nigeria is reimagining education with a brand new curriculum, one built around technology, entrepreneurship, critical thinking, and our rich cultural roots. It's designed for today's world, but the path ahead is anything but straightforward. This isn't just about more subjects, it is about better ones. Teaching kids to code, to think critically, to create, the goal is simple. Equip students not just to pass exams, but to build businesses, land jobs, and drive innovation in Nigeria. Here is the hard truth. Nearly 1 in 3 basic school teachers, about 33.3%, are not properly qualified to teach. That's over 492,000 teachers across Nigeria. And our classrooms are stretched thin. Only 915,913 teachers serve more than 31.7 million students. How do you teach tech without knowing it, when classrooms are overcrowded and under-resourced? We've seen what's possible. Regions investing in teacher development deliver better results. Without real investment, proper training, updated tools, and timely funding, this promising curriculum risks staying on paper. Yet, change remains possible. With collective focus and investment, Nigeria's students can genuinely access education that empowers rather than confines. Nigeria's curriculum reboot could be transformative. Now, the question is ours. Will we turn the promise of a brighter education into reality for every child? Please share your opinion with us on our comment section.
The musky smell of rain-soaked earth wafts through the air in Tsohondaba, Karshi, a community about 38 kilometers away from the Abuja city center.
To gaskiya dai tun daga aka bude wannan daba an kai shekara kusan 15, amma ni gaskiya shekaran da na fara zuwa bana shekara 9 kenan daga na fara bin wannan hanya. Lokacin ana biyan 500 har yanzu ya zama ana biyan 2,000 da ake biya yanzu kenan. Wurin da ake kaiwa cikin daji shine gun masu tonon zinare, su ne suke aikin wannan dajin, da kuma mazauna cikin dajin masu noma, da kuma wanda suke dawowa cikin dajin suna zama a ciki.
After 30 minutes on a motorbike, braving bumpy rocks and potholes, we reach a private mining camp. This site is rich with figments of gold and other rare earth materials. In the early hours, the water is fresh and clear. But by noon, it turns brown. Locals say chemicals turn the water this color. Some use mercury, which acts like a magnet to bind flecks of gold from the soil.
Zinari ne, ja ne amma to abin da yasa yanzu kaga ya koma fari ko to mun sa mai chemical ne saboda ya dunkule wuri daya.
But the toxic chemicals can seep into natural waterways. Mercury is so toxic it not only pollutes water but also causes organ failure and brain damage. The miners dig up to 9 feet to find soil sediments with gold deposits.
Shi wannan aikin na zinari muna tona rami ne, which is muna iya tona rami gaba 11 fiye da haka. Kuma mu yi step which is shi taka hard down. Idan ka kai step na farko sai ka kunna fitalanka sabida me daga nan zuwa down wuri ne wanda duhu ne.
Step na biyu za ka da.
Yanzu step na biyu za ni. Yanayin condition din daban yake da step na farko. Nan yanzu sanyi za ka dinga ji har ka kai ga step na uku. Kuma wurin ba haske duhu ne.
Daga can akwai loton da sai ne.
Idan muka kai down din which is dandani a haka ma sai mun ƙara yanka o. Muka yanka o muka kai ga kiran wanda in muka sa daga muka katso kaɗan sai mu je mu samfur ɗin shi a taramin samfur mu daka mu duba in akwai zinari sai mu bi shi.
Despite abundant natural resources, Nigeria's mining sector accounts for less than 1% of the country's GDP. There's an estimated 21.37 metric tons of gold deposits across the country in states like Zamfara, Kaduna, Kebbi, Kwara, Osun, Bauchi, and Abuja. The Presidential Artisanal Miners Initiative is intended to help local miners have a better quality of life. But here in Karshi, Abuja, local artisanal miners are not feeling the impact of government.
Ai mu kalubale da yanzu guda ɗaya ne, akwai ramukan ma yanzu da sun gagara leburori shiga su saboda ramuka ne damuna ce sun riga da sun fada, in ba a mai da hankali sukan danna sauran wasu 'yan adam a wajaje. Amma fa duk rami ɗaya yana gaba irin 18-17 haka din nan sannan ake nemo gol. Farko muna neman gol kowane irin rana in Allah ya haɗa mu da sa'a za mu iya yin samun giram ɗin da tafi 20 ko kuma ma irin 30 da sauransu haka. Idan kuma wani rana za ka iya samun abin da bai kai wannan ba, za ka iya samun ɗigo. Duk ɗigo ɗaya ana sai da shi kimanin naira 10,000, duk giram ana sai da shi kimanin 100,000. 1% ana sai da shi naira 1,000 ne ake sai da shi. To wannan dai dawa ta mu ta ɗanyi ƙasa da sakamakon da cewa an buɗe wani sabon dawa. Amma kamar yanzu hakan nan za ka iya samun mutum irin 100-200. In ka je irin sabon dawa ka iya samun mutum 500-800 irin sabon dawa da aka buɗe kenan. Wanda a daba za ka iya samun ana fitar da irin giram 100-150 haka. A nan ko bai fi a fitar da 10 ba 20 akan samu, dole kuma can ya rinjaya. Akwai 'yan Nijar, akwai 'yan Chadi, akwai 'yan Kano, akwai 'yan Katsina, akwai 'yan Gombe, akwai 'yan Zamfara. Haka zaman yake kasancewa, ka zo na zo ake cewa ko?
Kamar ya kai samun labari cewa ga inda za a je.
Wallahi labari in kana da ɗan uwa zai iya kiranka a waya, in kana da abokin arziki zai iya kiranka a waya, wanda kuma Allah ya sa aka buɗe akan idan shi. Shine za a ga mutane sun haɗu da dama.
Kuma kwanaki baya mun ji akwai irin su 'yan China da suke zuwa farin fata. Ka taɓa fuskantar haka ko?
Ai ni nan da ni da ɗan China ba ma shiri. Kin san rashin shiri na da ɗan China? Sakamakon nan sai da muka fara yi suka kore mu, suka sa aka kore mu, suka nuna mana ƙarfi da kuɗi kuma haka. Kuma ni da ƙasata. Suka zo suka yi mu wannan abun na kyale su, abin da suke nema kuma ba su samu ba. Mu din dai da suke kora mu ne nan dai muke gano wannan gol da ake abun nan.
To ma wani shekara ne wannan abu ya faru ko yaushe ne wannan abu ya faru?
Gaskiya shekarar nan ya daɗe don tunda na fara aikin zinari muna yin wannan mu sha magamar da mu da 'yan Cana. so da su suna yi da mota ne, suna yi da excavator ne, ni ina yi da diga da cofa.
Amma a cikin shekarar nan ka taba haduwa da wani dan China ya zo cikin jeji nan?
Layi
a cikin gari sun gaya mana wai suna ganin yan China suna zuwa.
Yan China anan suna da kamfani, da nan kamfani ɗinsu ne kuma Allah ya sa dai ba su suke da rabon su ci wannan gold ɗin ba. Mu ne dai muke da rabon mu ci wannan gold ɗin. Nan da kamfanin su ne, asali mu ne a gurin suka zo suka kore mu. Sun zo kuma abin da suke nema ba su cin mai ba. Mu mun fi su dabara da ilimin da za mu gano wannan abin yanda yake. Su yanzu za su iya rufe wannan dutsen, amma ni in na je na ga wannan dutsen zan iya bantalo shi in fito da shi waje. Saboda alamu ne na zinari.
To wani basira irin kasan ni kamar ni ko ka nuna ba zan gane ba. To ta ya ake gane alamomin gold a cikin dutse?
Da akwai wani dan turmi da muke kafin mu kai injin ruwa akwai wani dan karamin turmi da muke fitarwa, za mu daka dutsen mu sa ruwa mu wanke anan muke fara ganin alamunta.
Da chemical kuke sawa?
Ba ma sa chemical normal, wannan sai ya je inji ake sa chemical, wannan kuma da hannunmu da karamin kwano za mu fitar da ita har ke ma ki gane gold ne wannan.
The miners dig up to 9 feet to find soil sediments with gold deposits. They then move the sand to a sluice box. The sluice box is covered with a carpet to trap the gold and separate it from the less dense soil. As the water runs through the sand, the gold sinks while the lighter materials wash away.
Kuma muna kona shi ne da abin sigari, sai mun sa mai abin sigari mun kanannade shi, sannan za mu samu leta ko wuta haka sai mu kanga shi jiki. In mu kanga shi jiki zai koma jajjawar, shikenan za a iya kai shi Kusai market a je a auna shi a narka shi kawai a ci gaba da amfani da shi daga nan har ƙasar waje ko ina.
Masu kasuwanci shi ba mutumin da za ki shigo a cikin kasuwannin a ce lalle ga shagon sanan shi yake saidawa. Akwai kamar masu sayan irin na Najeriya, ba wani wurin da za ki nuna a ce ga inda ake saida shi, saboda wanda wasu ma in suka zo in dai ba wanda ya san ka ba ma kai ba ka san sun zo da shi cikin kasuwa, sai su zo su saida su har kansu su tafi. Wanda za ka sani he kamar wanda ko ka san shi tun can da, amma wanda baka sani ba baka san harakar shi ba ma he yanzu gam abin da yake ma baka sani ba. Kuma nan ba wani shago akwai ba wanda za a ci ga an kawo na Najeriya ga inda ake sarrafa shi ba cikin kasuwa ne kamar yadda ka san wannan mutum ya shigo ya yi kasuwanci ya koma haka shi. A'a yake mana ba wai a hili ne ko ina za ka san cewar ga masu yin shi, don mu ma in dai ba wai an kawo shi kasuwa ba ma ba za mu gan shi ba, tun iya zuwa ba ka gani zama ɗaya ba da na cikin shago da ake saida, saboda shi he an sha narka shi an sha sarrafa shi an hudda dattin da ke ciki kan a kai shi ma wajen inda za a saida. In gani bai huce 155 160 abin da za a da kira kaman gol na Najeriya aikin san ko wanda ya kamar na Dubai da abin ya kawo shi suke, amma musamman wai nan na Najeriya mutum ya saye ya zo ce a kera mai shi a babu shi babu sai dai ko wani shugaba ne ko wanda yake ji da kanshi shi zai iya wannan, amma ba wani talaka ko wani dan kasuwa da zai sai irin wannan na Najeriya wai ya zo ya ce wai a narka shi a yi yan kunna da shi ko a yi sarka da shi. Sai dai su wannan yan kasuwa masu zuwa Dubai in suka sayi irin sakon na nan ma wanda suke tafiya da shi a sake kerawa a dawo da shi, to sai dai su suke sai su tafi da shi, amma babu wai mutum ya ce gold ɗin Najeriya ya tara shi na ya ƙera shi ko kuma ga wani wuri da ake wai kasuwancin shi da ka shigo kasuwan nan ka ce ga inda za ka je ka samu babu.
From the hilltops, gold sediments wash downhill. Ibrahim has been washing sand here for over 15 years.
Idan mun wanke shi za mu kada mu gani in mun ga akwai to sai mu ci gaba. Idan mun ga kuma babu nan za mu kara gaba kuma mu bincika wani wajen.
He spends hours washing through sand in hopes of finding flakes of gold that may never make him rich.
Kin ganta 'yan maririyan nan?
A haka za a tattara su ba.
To a hakan za a tattara su. Har mu je a dan samu abin da aka ci.
A gasa ta idan aka gasa za a samu ko fasan 5 shine 5,000. Digo 1 10,000, digo 2 20,000, gram 1 100,000. Madan.
On a lucky day, he earns 30,000 naira. And other days, he gets as little as 2,000 naira. It takes him up to 3 months to gather 1 gram of gold. A gram of gold is roughly the size of a grain of rice and weighs as much as a teaspoon of water. Ibrahim says dealers pay roughly 100,000 naira per gram of gold. A sum that transforms the gold trade into a magnet for predators. Kidnappers and armed bandits stalk the mining sites, turning what should be an economic lifeline into a deadly intersection for violence.
Ni sunana Sani Ishaq, Assistant Special Duty na State Command, Nigerian Forest Security Service. Kuma aikin mu Nigerian Forest Security Service muna kulawa ne da dazukan Najeriya. Yanzu haka da kike gani na mun fito operation daga nan Karshi, command namu na Karshi, kwance ward namu na Karshi, wanda muna answerable to FCT command and AMAC command. Mun fito wannan operation ne muna bin dazuzzukan mu gaba daya, muna dubawa wanda yake wannan yanki na Karshi. Saboda mu kiyaye manoma su noman su cikin daɗi, mu kiyaye wato illegal mining wanda suke yin legal mining da kuma waɗanda suke sassara itatuwa ba bisa ƙa'ida ba. To mun fito ne don mu dudduba ko za mu haɗu da irin waɗannan mutanen, don ƙasa ba ta yarda da irin wannan ba. To shi yasa gwamnatin ƙasa ta yarda da mu, ta aminta da mu, kuma ta ba mu mandate na mu fita mu ringa operation ko ina Najeriya. Shi yasa muke kokari mu ga mun kiyaye dazuzzukanmu, saboda kidnappers akwai tashe-tashen hankali da yawa. Kidnappers suna cikin daji, sun hana mutane sakat, sun hana mutane haɓakan arzikin ƙasa. Ana so ya haɓaka, amma wasu sun fita sun shiga daji, hana mutane sakat. Dalilin wannan ne yasa muka fito muna wannan fata har muka zo wannan wuri. Wannan cikin dajin Karshi ne, ɗaya daga cikin dazuzzukan Abuja kenan. Legal mining wanda ƙasa ta yadda da shi, wanda aka yi accepting cewa wannan ɓangare ƙasa ta yarda a yi, a ringa fito da ma'adanai na ƙasa. Waɗanda kuwa suka zo babu yarda gwamnati suka kafa wuri suna yin mining, wannan za mu hana su totally, kuma ƙasa ba ta yarda da shi ba, shi yasa mu ma za mu hana su a wannan. To ai akwai takardu na wurare waɗanda mu mun sani, kamar yanzu waɗanda kuka gaggani, ina yin ba ku isa zuwa wurin ba, za dai ku isa. to waɗannan suna da takardunsu da komai da komai. Su kuma irin waɗanda suka zo za ga suna yin a magudanan ruwa, waɗannan suna tace abinda waɗancan suka ɗan koro, shi yasa suke tacewa. Waɗannan ba su da laifi akan yin tacewar da suke yi, ba sun tsaya wurin mining din suna digin bane, sun biyo dan wanda ya biyo ruwa wanda aka wanke daga can shi suke tacewa suna amfani da shi. Su waɗancan inda zaki je zaki ga suna nan suna digin wurin, to wannan ba illegal bane, wato an yarda da su fitar da wannan arzikin ƙasan a wurin, suna da takardun su full, suna da CAC nasu. Shi yasa mu mukan bar su waɗannan, saboda gwamnati ta bar su, mu ma dole mu bar su.
To amma a cikin nan me da me ake sitowa?
Yawwa, akwai kuza, akwai ainihin zinari, sannan akwai wasu abubuwa irin su tantalaye, irin su suna nan da yawa, ba wai guda ɗaya ba ne, at least suna da yawa waɗanda ake samu. Muna da arzikin ƙasa damfam a ciki, kai akwai ma wurin da in kun shiga nan har gishiri akwai. Yes.
Cikin ayyukan nan kun taɓa fuskanta irin wani baƙin abu, a ce maybe misali mutum ya mutu ko an kashe mutum ko an kama wani?
Yes, yes, mun yi aiki successful, mun kama kidnappers da hannunmu. Ai su kansu ko ina suna murna da zuwan wannan kungiya ta mu ta Nigerian Forest Security Service, ba don komai ba, don mun dakale wasu abubuwa daban. Yanzu ga su nan, da ba su isa su zo nan ba, zaki ganin su ga sunan suna fitowa yanzu suna ɗiban kayayyaki, suna albarkatun ƙasa, amma da ba su isa ba, manoma ba su isa su zo wannan sashin ba, saboda in kin kula zaki ga duwatsu ne da kuma ainihin duwatsu da kuma bishiyoyi ga sunan ko ina inda suke ɓoyewa suna kwanta, amma duk mun hana su yanzu. Akwai bambantawa, mun haɗa abin da ake ce ma joint task force tare da police da soja da civil defense, muka shigo dajin nan rana ɗaya, sanda muka kama kidnappers sun kai 5.
The price of gold surged past $4,000 an ounce in October 2025.
Wannan duk wanda yake sana'an ya sani, duk wanda yake zuwa siyo gold ya sani. In gan sanan dukkanin gaba ɗaya 21 karat ne da 22 karat. A nan akwai 22 karat, ko da dai ba su kuna za ka jan kuma ya ƙara kaza, amma da irin wannan tashin lokaci guda ɗan tura da yawa an daɗe ba a ga irin wannan ba gaskiya.
So why is it that in dala ya
wani lokacin ba, amma ba dala da ba. Yanzu dala ka saki. Inda alasma kin gana mai lokacin da ya wuce ana sayan dala. I want 500 and something. Jiya ban san dai yau da sabon kuma. Dala abin da ake sayan shanu ma 500, 1,500 bai kai ba. Kin ga sai yake gold kuma sai yake. Kin ga nan mutum zai gane shi ma gold da ko ons din nan da ya tashi da gold ya tashi.
Ka kawai mu da ban san harkar da kuma abu yana ba mu mamaki a ce a take kawai a ce daɗe sosai. Last 2008 aka ce tun 2008 ɗin nan bai hau har $4,000 per ounce. Ai wancan karin ko $2,000 per ounce. To yanzu kuma ya kai kusan 4,200. Za ka iya mana bayanin me yasa a take kawai abin ya haura har?
Wannan ai wani zubin ko ana la'akari da economic na duniya, kin ga yanayin yadda ƙasa duniya take yanzu, harka like economic din ya, to kuma duk lokacin da economic din ya dan yi rawa ka zaka nan gani abubuwa musamman dai shi gold yana hawa dukkansu.
In global economics and trade, gold has often been thought of as a safe asset. Amid volatility, trade wars and tariff hikes, gold is considered a stable investment. As the US dollar fluctuates, stock prices crash. Investors often turn to gold to keep their wealth safe against economic downturns. Pushed by global demand for gold, foreign mining companies have moved in. As the price of gold rises globally, miners in Karachi get little benefit from the boom despite their back-breaking work. They toil endlessly, getting scraps from a commodity that reaches dealers and businessmen. These miners find themselves caught between rising international demand and a harsh economic reality. Wealth flows upward, leaving them behind. If you're a Nigerian taxpayer, the rules just changed in a big way. Beginning in January 2026, the new tax laws will hit your wallet differently depending on how much you earn and, crucially, how much rent you pay. Gone are the days of consolidated relief and personal relief. These were automatic tax breaks that every worker used to get. From January 2026, Nigeria will instead offer rent relief. This means that 20% of your annual rent can be deducted from the total amount of tax you are supposed to pay. Here's how it works. So far as the 20% of your annual rent is not more than 500,000 naira, you get a 20% deduction from the total amount of tax you pay based on your rent. This tax break does not, however, apply to homeowners. If your rent is 1.5 million naira yearly, you get 300,000 naira in relief. That's 10% of your rent. If you're paying 3 million naira rent, you still only get the maximum 500,000 relief, not the full 600,000 you might expect. The first 800,000 naira you earn is now completely tax-free, up from previous levels. This tax overhaul is designed to ease the burden on middle and lower income Nigerians while asking the wealthy to contribute more to national coffers. Whether you're celebrating or calculating how much more you'll pay, one thing is certain: Nigerian taxation just got a major makeover. And understanding these changes could save you thousands or cost you, depending on which side of the income divide you're on.
Hello and welcome to S24 Television Spotlight On. Today, as usual, we're bringing someone that is making impacts in Nigeria's society, irrespective of where you are from Nigeria. If you heard this name, Barrister Deji Adeyanju, formerly called Comrade Deji Adeyanju, is one figure that rose from all of the activism that started in the uni days and back to the Twitter or social media streets. Welcome to the Spotlight On, Barrister.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Even with your busy schedule, thank you so much for coming. And Spotlight On is a program that we bring prominent people that are making strides, giant strides in the Nigerian community where you're touching lives in different ways. And today we'd like to spotlight you on the numerous things that you're doing. And let's start with what your early life was in Kaba. That's in Kogi State, right?
Yes. Yeah. So basically, first, let me commend this wonderful studio. The studio is really lovely. I like it.
Thank you.
And I hope to come more frequently. Yeah, so back in the days, you know, we grew up in the village. And my father was a public servant. He worked in the police, retired from the police, and subsequently joined politics. I became very close friend to Shagari, and they ran, late Shagari, and they ran that election, and they won. And subsequently, unfortunately, my father was assassinated by political rivalry. He was assassinated as his. We now had to live with his immediate younger brother, Professor Adeyanju, who is now 86.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and he took care of us and gave us the best of education. We started, because he became a professor emeritus, and he used to teach at Columbia University in the US, and he now came to ABU, Ahmadu Bello University, as a professor emeritus, and started teaching English at the Department of English in ABU. So we stayed with him, and at very early and tender years, while he goes to the campus to teach, unknown to him, I was mixing with the Aluta boys on the campus, you know, and before you know what, from age 8, 9, I was already a comrade. I was radicalized
That's
early.
Interesting.
And I used to follow them to do almost all the protests and almost all the Aluta.
Since age 8?
Since age 8, 9, thereabout. So we come back from school and we go to meet the big boys. And we interact with them, and we hear all kinds of stories. They are going to social school to go and shut down the school. Although we couldn't leave the house, but we contributed politically, because very early we read Karl Marx, Aristotle, Socrates. We could quote all kinds of, you know, writers, and we were already ideologically inclined at that very young age.
Wow, that's lovely. I'm sure that a lot of people don't know this part of you, and we're bringing it to bear today. Again, thank you for joining us, even with your busy schedule. So we'd like to know, you initially started in mass communication, later read law. Tell us what caused that switch and how each discipline shapes the person that you are today. Because with your background, it seems it's really a long story. So we'll get another time to talk better. But for today,
so basically, when you have been in and out of jail for too many times, you stayed in custody, whether it's in the hand of DSS, you meet all kinds of people. You meet armed robbers, you meet kidnappers, you meet petty thieves, you meet car snatchers, you meet a husband that got involved in a fight with his wife and the wife was killed. Domestic violent people, you meet rapists, you meet all kinds of people. But the recurring decimal in all of this is long stay due to the lacunas in our justice system. So you find people staying, awaiting trial for 15 years, 17 years, 12 years, 11 years.
Minor cases?
No, I wouldn't say most of them. Yeah, there are some issues of debt recovery. People should not be in prison for owing money. Those are purely civil transactions. But you know, the Nigerian police remain a willing tool in the hand of almost anybody in the country. So anybody can even frame anybody for any crime, even something that does not have the ingredient of a crime. A petition can be written and it will be turned to a criminal matter. So we see all kinds of issues in custody. And I myself, because I've been paying lawyers for such a long time, and I've been a victim of all manner of injustice in this country. You know, at a point, when we were protesting, they said they wanted to do terrorism in this country. They've charged us for all kinds of crimes, non-existent phantom ones. So, and having interacted with people directly in prison, you know, I felt the need that, I think the reason why people are languishing in jail is because they don't have enough access to justice. And that, yes, there are so many people doing great work in the pro bono sectors and services in the country, but I felt compelled that, I need to give back. Because also I myself I've received a lot of pro bono from senior lawyers in the country. Name it, just name it. All the human rights lawyers, so the Falana, Michael Zokome, Kiamo, all of them. So because whenever we got into trouble, there's always somebody willing to send a lawyer to come and bail us out. So I also felt that because I've enjoyed same, I need to give back. That is one. Number two, I also feel that, I need to do my own path in prison decongestion. I personally have a principle that people who have not committed crime, like
civil matters,
like killing somebody, robbery, rape, and other criminal acts, that they have no busy being in prison. That we should have maybe like community service kind of sentencing, or punishment, or even financial related. That they say fines. Yes, because if by the time you keep dumping first-time offenders who have not committed any criminal act, then you are radicalizing them because they are mixing up with the real criminals and they are becoming hardened. So someone goes there for a petty issue and comes out a hardened criminal. So we are not really reforming citizens. Yes, I know that the custodian centers have had a lot of issues around reforms and others, but we still need to do more. So those are some of the motivating factors
that made you study law after a long time in mass communication. Yes. Yeah, I even went through some of your pages on social media, and the first thing that stuck with me was on your Twitter, a post that you pinned on the number of times you were jailed from 2017. And there were interesting times. There were rumors that it was like a murder case that you were involved in. Would you like to shed more light on that?
There's nothing I've not been accused of by this government. I didn't even have an idea what the issue was. All the invitation I got was I should come to the police station. That some people I had bailed, that they needed them to come back. I went. If I was guilty, will I take myself to police? I went there. Next thing, they're holding me, they're charging me with some people that I've never met before. It happened again under Buratai. I criticized the government, and that time I was peak of my activism in the first instance. The second instance under Buratai, I was criticizing them. I said they were stealing money meant to fight Boko Haram. And when Boko Haram is about to have made an attack, I will say the things that has happened. But at the time, they went to file a charge that was aiding and abetting terrorists. Just because I said they are stealing the funds meant for Boko Haram, that Buratai and the military command and the GOCs and the divisional people should be investigated. Next thing, they arrested me and said they wanted to charge me for terrorism. So, and all kinds of things. And look at it today. So many other companies have faced similar issues. So Showore was accused of laundering his own money. They arrested him and said he laundered his own money. They said they charged him for treasonable felony. So these things are not new. So, however, what keeps us going is the fact that we have to speak up. We have to do our best to see how people in leadership who have been elected or who have been appointed are challenged. Because you see, when nobody speaks about the ills in the society, then evil has triumphed. So I determined in my heart and told myself, I said, no matter what it takes, the most humbling and most traumatic experience that I've ever had was when the police were becoming partisan under Buhari. And I led a protest to the force headquarters to go and say police are not politicians, they should not be partisan. They arrested me at that venue and charged me for inciting public disturbance. They charged me. Then, at another time, Omele was arrested by the DSS. I led a protest calling for his release. Supporters of the government, pro-government talks, almost killed me at the National Rights in front of the National Human Rights Commission. They beat me to a pulp and almost killed me. So, we've seen it all. We've practically seen it. And very seriously, during that period, I arrested more than 11 times consecutively. They arrest me, take me to court. The reason why the charges never stick is because they are all phantom charges. They know what they are doing. In the build up to the 2019 year election, when I started advocacy for electoral reform and said they must amend the electoral act, they sat down in a room. Somebody who was in the room told me, and they said they must arrest me and lock me up in prison for the duration of the prison. And that
the duration of the election?
The duration of the election, and that they will only release me after the election. And as God will have it, they locked me up for about 3 months
Wow.
in prison. And they only released me. Election was conducted on Friday. They released me on Monday after 3 months. They released me on Monday.
Without access to lawyer, without access
No,
to...
I had access to my lawyers. But let me tell you something. Unfortunately, this country is like a Nollywood movie where the actors, all they do is make caricature jokes. Because it's not as if somebody told me, somebody who was in the meeting. Somebody, it's not a rumors. Somebody who was in a meeting subsequently told me that this was how they planned
your arrest.
My arrest and detention.
It is well. It is well. It is well. So you convene concerned Nigerians and chair the Center for Liberty. Walk us through the strategic goals of each. Are they complementary or distinct?
Yes. Interestingly, I've recused myself from Concerned Nigeria. And I'm even trying to recuse myself from Center for Liberty. And like I've also recused myself from most NGO boards.
Why?
That I belong, whether domestically or internationally, because I belong to so many, even on the continent. The reason why is because I want to now focus my energy on practice of law so that I'm not distracted. But however, I will continue to provide support, legal and other support to these stakeholders, NGOs. Because I feel that, and this is how our leaders should also think, I feel that I have done my path. In the last 29 years of my life, I've been in the NGO sector. I've been a comrade on the street. I've been a comrade at the barricade. I've been a comrade in prison. I've been everywhere in the sector. I've been a comrade in the diaspora. I've gone around. I think I've been to over 30-something African countries. I've joined protests in Côte d'Ivoire during when you remember when Gbagbo wanted to do a third term.
Yeah.
I joined the protest. I joined comrades there. We were part of the comrades in in Gambia when this man wanted, after he lost the election, all of a sudden he said he changed his mind. He had congratulated. Yes, he had congratulated the winner of the election. All of a sudden he said he changed his mind, that he did not lose the election. We went there to go and support comrades. So I feel I've done my path.
So you're relieving.
Yes, so new leaders are in that field now, leading. And I also think the Nigerian leaders, the ever selfish, greedy Nigerian leaders should follow this path. There are, unfortunately, in the youth sector, there are people who were youth leaders with me 21 years ago.
And they're still youth leaders.
They are still youth leaders. If they convene a meeting of youth leaders in Nigeria today,
they will still come.
You will see them there. They were youth leaders 21 years ago.
And they're still youth leaders.
And they are still youth leaders today. Is it that you are not growing? You are not making progress? Okay, what of the real youth now?
Is it a mindset thing, you think?
No, I think it's a Nigerian thing.
Okay.
You know, if somebody just sees that pure water business is selling now in this area, everybody wants to do pure water business. And again, the reason why there's so much prayer, noise making, and disturbance, every Sunday, you see all the speakers, and you see a lot of religious activities on Fridays, it's because government is not working. Any nation where government does not work, miracle is the only next available option. People would tend to turn to God for what government should be doing. For instance, something as basic as pipe-borne water becomes a prayer point. Something as basic as good road becomes a prayer point. Something as basic as traveling from here to Kaduna safely becomes, you see somebody will hold chesby and another person will hold rosary. And people are speaking in tongue and pouring spit on fellow passenger. Because government has failed in its responsibility. The only two industries that work in Nigeria is politics and religion. So you see the religious leaders, they drive in convoy and bulletproof, and the politicians do same. All the other sectors, that is why you even see people like Dangote, those ones are not real business people. They are politicians. That's why it's Ajib. That's why any government that comes, he must patronize them. They must give him concession. They must do this.
Reasons?
It's very simple. Listen, have you ever seen any society where it's only politics that pays people? You remember the IBB book launch? Somebody said, I got them in a room and dashed them bank license and oil wells. Yes,
real?
Somebody said it at a book launch. So a nation where you can become you can wake up poor today
and be a billionaire.
And become a billionaire tomorrow. Under Buhari, they will sit down in CBN and use biro They used to compile the list for people that get dollar with biro and piece of paper. You cannot sit in your house, allocate you, so you become a billionaire. That's the kind of country we run.
Allegedly.
The kind of country we run.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Many civic groups, like you mentioned in your previous saying, you're retiring from these civil organizations, run campaigns, but fewer sustain momentum. What organizational structure and funding model keeps your group operational even while you're leaving?
You see, so basically, you see, the reason why people cannot speak up that much is because they rely on some funding and forces. So there are certain things you cannot say. For instance, if you are receiving funding, you cannot express yourself on certain topical issues. Because if you do so, the funder will cut the fund. So what we usually advise people, like what we did was that we had a situation where we self-fund. For instance, members of the group, we say, oh, we want to hold government accountable in the Electoral Act. This was what we did when we got the Electoral Act amended in 2015 and also 2019. So we said to ourselves, we said, don't contribute money, contribute value. For instance, we want to do the Electoral Act. Me, all the banners, I'm going to be the one to produce it and bring it. All the water, you will be the one to bring it. All the t-shirts, you'll be the one to do it. All the media people, you'll be the one to invite them. So we distributed, so everybody is coming to the table with something.
Not money.
Not money. So, and you earn more trust of people with that. Because the person know that he's not contributing money and you are going to take it. Or maybe they contribute 1 million and you now steal 300,000 out of it. So there's transparency, there's respect. Because what is missing in majority of these NGOs is that they are too money inclined and centered. And that's why they always fight. One of the reasons why our movement, our Mumu don't do, if you recall, I conveyed that Mumu don't do with the Charlie Boy and others. My late friend, best friend, Ario Dari Atoye, he's one of the faces of electoral reform in Nigeria. Then Dr. Mo, who is now with Peter Obi in the Labour Party. Then Adebayo Raphael, who went on exile because he was the one that was one of the first people that started NSAS. So but he's now in exile. We convened our Mumu Dondu. And the first inaugural meeting we had, the thing I said at the first inaugural meeting is that everybody must pledge and promise that no, this movement shall not be about money. Shall not be about raising money. Shall not be about generating money. Shall not be about sharing money. And everybody promised and committed that they agree. But I said the only reason that we can work together is everybody has to make that commitment. And everybody agreed and committed. All of a sudden, for us to start hearing that some people went to social place
and get money
behind our back, some people went to social place, some people went to social place. And I said, how? And so that was the reason why our group was dissolved. And the person who was doing that was Charlie Boy.
Wow. Going to solicit for funds somewhere.
Yes, he was the one that was doing that.
Wow, that's a lot. So let's move on to you. You serving as Director of New Media for the PDP. How did that political role inform or complicate your later non-partisan human rights work?
Yes, you see, I think it's one of the regrets. Going into politics was one of the regrets I've ever had in my life. So the reason why I say it's one of the regrets I've ever had in my life was because, you know, we were outside the system shouting for a long time. So some people said, that we are now more or less looking like noisemakers. And these were very respected people in the country that, since we are always saying we are the only saints, we are the only righteous people, let us come and join the politics so that you can make the change. So I now went into the politics in 2011 and with the thinking that, oh, if I join,
you'll be able to make some difference. I
now went inside and now saw the monsters. I said, one monsters. I now told myself, how did I find myself in kind of characters and people? They would gather to be discussing national topical issues about girlfriend and boyfriend. They were talking about irrelevant things. This is a serious meeting, and those are the kind of governing Nigeria. And these are not small boys. These are governors. These are important leaders. So I told myself one day, I just sat down and I told myself, advised myself, I said, I think I've made one of the worst decisions of my life. And you see, at that point, it looks so bad that it's like when you've gone 1,000 kilometers in the wrong direction. So you don't want to turn back. So I started convincing myself that, oh, I can't turn back. Let me just go in. Is the right thing.
That's a lot. That's a bitter pill to swallow.
Indeed.
For the years that you took.
And you see, that still rubs off negatively because
on you.
Yes, because no matter how you look at it, say, he once believed in politics, he wanted. But however, the consolation for me is the man by nature is a political animal. You know, that even in our families, we play politics.
Of course.
Because you have to try and convince your father or your mom or your siblings about something. And all the greatest freedom fighters in the world also became political. Even if Martin Luther King was still around, he might have also been political. Nelson Mandela was. Yeah. Mahatma Gandhi was. The great Gani Fahimi contested for election. Lost. Baba Falana contested for election. So I use that to just console myself. I know I'm telling myself a lie, but just use that to console myself once in a while.
They were also in that space. So confrontations with state actors, arrest and legal strategy is one of the things that you've leveraged so well. You've been arrested multiple times while leading protests. Report in 2017 and 2018 shows multiple arrests and consecutive ones. What was one of those arrests that made a big impact on you? How were you charged with and how did you respond legally? And what was the system like?
So, because I've always been arrested alone. And whenever I'm arrested with other people, the first thing I tell the police is that I was the only one. And there are so many instances where I'll be arrested with other people who it was because of me.
They came out.
They came out. So immediately I'm arrested and I'm writing a statement, I'll say they were bypassers, that they were just passers by and that they were not part of the protest, and the police will usually release them. Is that not lie?
Just for you,
it's an activism strategy. It's a communist strategy that we always use, and it works. So in this time, I think 2018, the police, before we started the protest, they just came with horses, water cannons, they targeted me straight. Unfortunately, 2 people were with me when they came. One, Daniel Abobana, and one, Boma William. So they arrested both of them with me. There's nothing I didn't say that they were passerby, but they refused. They said we saw them. You people were strategizing together. So they refused to release them. So we were subsequently arraigned before a magistrate. And because our lawyers were not even informed, they just took us straight to the magistrate. So we were now taken to Kefi prison. And we were in Kefi prison because when I get to prison, it's an opportunity for me to really rest and sleep and have a good time. So, but unfortunately, I think that's my worst prison experience so far. Unfortunately, the 2 of them, I wish I had known, and I would have said they should put me in a separate cell with them. The 2 of them they didn't even allow me to sleep. What are we doing here? I shouldn't be here. They didn't even allow me to enjoy my time. So they practically disturbed me and they made my life miserable because it was their first time in prison. I've been getting detained and arrested since I was 16, for God's sake. So
16?
Yes, at 16.
By law, according to law, you're not supposed to be in prison at 16, right? According to Nigeria's constitution.
People were arrested, 12 years, 11 years, were arrested during the End Bad Governance protest.
That's right. And they
were
starved for
60-something days. And they were starved. So
wow. This is Nigeria.
You say law. Oh, let's talk about Nigeria. So they made my life miserable. I think for me, that was one of the turning points where I now had to do some reappraisals to, yes, we are doing it. We are doing it because we are passionate about it. I started doing a lot of reappraisals in strategy to say, how do I prevent a reoccurrence when people who do not have who do not have the resolve we have will not become victims? Because I know for a fact that one of them, his blood pressure spiked, you know, at that point and all that. So I don't want to be held responsible for. I can, if anything happens to me, I should have the will not to bring these people here.
Yeah.
You know, so those are the only regrets that we have. So in terms of looking forward, for me, I believe that it's the minimum in a democracy is that we must allow diversity of views. We must allow criticism. We must allow dissent, whether they are comfortable or not. Because the citizens who need because someone see A, another person sees Z. So we must accommodate as leaders and stakeholders, whether you're in the media space or whatever, we must accommodate divergence of views. That I don't agree with the establishment and I feel that I want to protest. I think my right should be protected for protesting. And that another person, you see, the only time we notice in this country that there is security is when there is a call for protest. But when it is time to chase armed robbers and bandits, we don't see the security. But we see the security, massive deployment of security. Well, if they call for protest today, that's when you know that Nigeria is really Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So as a lawyer, I know that you must have seen guidelines on how the legal system protect rights in Nigeria. What reform do you prioritize to protect activists like yourself?
Yes, so basically, I think it starts with training of police officers and the police colleges. See, need to make sure that the number one protocol of human rights is freedom of assembly. You see, freedom of assembly at the first headquarters. That was where we protested, and we saw the look on the faces. Officers. They were so happy with us, although they couldn't hail us. So, and that because you are in government today does not mean you will not be out of government tomorrow. Look at all the people that were in power with Buhari. Today, Malami is crying now that, oh, they've imported thugs from Into Kebi, that they attacked him. El-Rufai is crying today. El-Rufai, who was jailing protesters, he jailed critics. One of his major critics and that of Buhari, that the other disappeared in Kaduna. Till today, he cannot be found. El-Rufai is the one claiming to be a victim today. El-Rufai wanted to hold meeting of ADC. This is why people in power and in government need to realize that there's more power. You know, power for power's sake is useless.
Power is transient.
Yes, if it is not used to defend the vulnerable in the society, the weak, women, youths, children, these are the people that power is meant to protect. Power in this part of the world is used to protect the powerful and the rich, and to provide more convoys.
That's the
and
obvious.
to provide more convoys for people who already have private jets. That is not real power. Real power is used to protect the vulnerables in the society.
Some have accused you of provoking state action intentionally to spotlight abuses, like you've mentioned, protecting the vulnerable. Is there a line between lawful protest and provocation for you?
You see, basically, I have never seen in my 29 years of activism where protesters provoked security agencies. I've never seen. It's always the other way around. See, in fact, you recall when El-Rufai and Brother superintended the killing of over 1,000 Shiites in Kaduna.
The number is not up to 1,000 according to statistics.
Amnesty International has documented over 1,000. Amnesty International documented over 1,000. When they were accused of killing Shiites in Kaduna, the Shiites made several efforts to reroute their procession. They made several efforts, but the army blocked them. The army blocked them and cornered them to Geleshu in Zaria. Subsequently killed them. Because even during time of war, the Geneva Convention forbids that you use maximum force. Not only did the army kill them during that march, the army later went at night to further kill and bomb Geleshu. These are These are acts, crimes against humanity. Simpliciter. There's no any other word for using it. So, and I'm speaking as somebody who is a stakeholder in this sector, that in my 29 years of activism, I've never seen where it was the protesters who provoked government or who provoked state actors. So why is it that when pro-government protesters are protesting,
it's provocation,
they always protect the police, the army, they even escort them. They are never provoked. But it is when anti-government protesters who are demanding for better wages, who are demanding for in fact, during end bad governance, I was telling the former commissioner of police, FCT, who was trying to prevent us from doing the protest, I'm like, are you in support of bad governance? We say we want to end bad governance, and you are opposed to the protest, and you say we must not protest. So do you love bad governance? Do you want bad governance to continue? So they went and brought counter protesters. And the question we ask the counter protesters is, you people are protesting for bad governance to continue. Because I do understand, how can Nigerians come out and say they want to end bad governance? You can't say that there's a problem to solve. There's a and the system that the people vote don't conduct the votation are the state actors. They are the ones. The case in right and the Nigerian army, all the atrocities committed, even Amnesty International, they went further to get satellite imagery of how the of how the massacre was done
after the event,
during the procession, and in the night when the army came back to look for people and kill people. All the documentary evidence are online. Yes, and it is the state actors that carried out all this.
It is well with Nigeria.
In fact, to the International Criminal Court, the chief investigator, he came to Nigeria. We had a meeting in France. We made copious presentations on all these issues to her. But we have written several petitions, follow up both against Buratai, Nasiru El-Rufai, and others. But nothing has been done in that case.
Do you think there was any state actor that intervened to not?
I think President Buhari did intervene. President Buhari, yes.
Okay. Now, social media as a battlefield, X, for Twitter, is like your compound because I see a lot of tweet there. You're very active on X, and in what ways do you manage the tension between blunt, viral, and the risk of defamation or incitement that are sometimes leveled against you?
I personally feel that defamation is a crime. I've said it to many people, they get so angry.
Why do you
gnash of teeth? It's my view, it's my opinion.
Okay.
Because I feel it's a civil wrong. You know, the court severally have said abuse, vulgar abuse, is not defamation. Because of appeal. In two,
vulgar abuse.
Yes, vulgar. For instance, I say you are mad. You are stupid. You are an idiot.
Or if you ask it in a question, are you stupid or are you mad?
It cannot be.
Okay.
And assuming without considering that it is against a person, not the state. It's only a crime. A crime is only a crime if the crime is committed against the state.
So if it is committed against individual, it's not a crime.
If it does not have the ingredient of crime, So what the colonial masters did when they came was that they criminalized free speech because they didn't want people to challenge them, the colonial masters. So after colonization, the people that took over from them, those are the people that are referred to as house niggers, that are now in power, they decide to retain some of those colonial laws. Because
to suit them?
Yes, because it will also protect the establishment. And that's why, how can a public officer, so-called, also properly elected, also properly appointed, we say that people should not criticize or insult him.
It's not possible.
And he will now use police to arrest somebody in order to protect his name. If you and I were engaging in verbal abuse or verbal diarrhea, the state should allow us.
to do
to
that.
settle our squabbles. Because you cannot be using my resources or resources of others and taxpayers' money to defend the name and reputation of another person. No! But if I commit a crime against you and against the state, once you take life, the state becomes involved because I've committed a crime. But the state should not be using its resources to protect the name and reputation of individuals. If not, very soon, two people, when they're struggling girlfriend and they are fighting, verbal, that's not gotten physical, the state will be trying to fight to protect one of the girlfriends, to say, oh, the girlfriend belonged to Mr. A, and the state will use your resources to protect
that person,
that venture.
You once said you can only regulate social media for those afraid to go to jail. Do you support any form of platform regulation for probably, you know, there are speeches that you just mentioned, for instance, misinformation or foreign interference?
So basically, the solution and remedy for misinformation is more information. For instance, if somebody tells a lie against me, I can sue him. I'm not saying that you cannot sue. You can file a civil suit against him. I'll file a civil suit against people. I've told pleasant lies against me. But I shouldn't go to the police station, mobilize police.
To go after the person.
Then use taxpayers' money to go and arrest the person. Use taxpayers' money to prosecute the person. Why should taxpayers' money be wasted for my personal ego war? So I don't think. Additionally, I also feel that, yes, you have to measure whether, and in terms of regulation, you can debunk fake news. And government has the resources. Yes, fact checkers. Government has the resources to deploy to debunk fake news. And that is what the Ministry of Information and National Orientation should do. It should not be running propaganda. Just have fact checkers handles. Every time a negative or a fake news is put out, just counter it. So that is one of the ways to actually regulate. But for you to now say you want to censor people, I personally believe that there should be freedom before and after speech. So what we currently have in Nigeria is freedom before, freedom after speech. But you see journalists, critics, all kinds of people are arrested because they've expressed their views. And their views have either turned out to be insult or defamatory in content and in form.
Let's go back to a bit of protest, since activism and law is what you hold dear to your heart right now. When protests cause public disruptions, like, you know, sometimes you see where your own rights end is where someone else's starts. Would you say, how would you evaluate whether the tactics when you protest and it affects other people help or harm citizens who are already struggling? For instance, most of Nigerians, because we've got over 100 million people multidimensionally poor, so you protest and that blocks the way for them to go for their daily bread, go every day out to go and sort for their daily bread. What would you describe that as? Will you say, if you're using impact assessment or consult local community, will you be able to say that disruption is harming or is already something that we should take off, especially for the kind of economic situation that we're in Nigeria?
So Section 14 of our Constitution said protection of life and property is the primary responsibility of government. Primary. And it goes further to say sovereignty lies with the people, from wherein government derives all its powers, all. It is the responsibility of government to ensure protection of life and property, whether when there is protest or when there is no protest. You can't be telling me that, oh, protest has turned violent. Protest is hindering other people. That means we don't have a government. It's even more reason why the protest should continue, so that we cannot have a credible government that can provide these things. Secondly, the disruptions that our leaders have caused us since independence is more than the disruption that the protest will cause in 1 week. I think that was the argument that was conversed during NSAS, that let's make the sacrifice now so that the country can be good for the next 50 years. We have been suffering for 50-something years. Look at it today.
But the NSAS process ended at the end of the day without you really achieving what you wanted to
Yes, because government killed people on Lekki Toll Gate. Government killed people. Government using SUV, hire thugs to be attacking people. We were attacked at the Central Bank. We attack here. We attack at Unity Fountain. We attack in Eagle Square. Comrades were attacked in Alausa in Lagos. Comrades were attacked in Bega in Lagos. This idea of killing protesters by state and non-state actors the reason why protests are violent. They are the ones that cause the violence in protests.
So what reforms do you see as most urgent for Nigeria's democracy in the next 5 years?
We need to make corruption a capital offense.
A capital offense?
Yes. Like it's done in China.
Yeah.
You see, many people who are walking the street today in Nigeria should not be walking the street. Especially all these politicians. A situation where one person is 120 billion naira, he turned 20 billion or 10 billion, and he continues life.
That's what you call plea bargain, I suppose.
So,
yeah?
we need, forget about electoral reform, all this reform. We need to make corruption a capital offense. So, once we do that, and we now strengthen our judiciary and prosecutorial agencies to limit bias and influence peddling and corruption, then rule of law is likely going to thrive in the country. The reason why there's a rule of law in the country. There are two kinds of laws in Nigeria. Law for the poor and weak, and law for the rich and powerful. And no country can survive or thrive about that. I can give you a plethora of examples of countries who have done the same thing and it has worked and it has transformed their country.
Like?
Singapore, Malaysia, several of them. Look at Dubai, look at Qatar. So it is doable. All these people that say, and these countries did all these things in less than 50 years. So
are we going to change Nigerians to do that? Because it feels
they
like
didn't
you
change.
need to.
Singaporeans were not changed. It was the Singaporeans that were doing corruption that stopped.
Do you think a leadership style would change a whole narrative?
It begins with a leader.
Okay.
If the leader is not putting his hand in the cookie jar, the ministers will not likely do it because they know that if they do it, they'll go to jail. Yeah. His family members will not do it because they know that if they do it, they'll go to jail. And the first people you need to make an example of are your family members and your ministers. If you make an example of them, nobody will do it again. See, if you are not stealing, outsiders will not come inside, come and steal.
And still, do you believe there are leaders that can do the kind of reform that you
Yes, I think Omoyele Sowore can do it because if Omoyele Sowore should become president, majority of the bad eggs will even run away from the country.
Someone would say, or people would say, before people enter the Aso Villa, they are different people. When they get in, they are different people. Do you think Mr. Yele can do that?
I think he has the capacity to do it. If it is the capacity to do it, he does have the capacity to do it. And believe me, until there's consequences for bad behavior will continue.
If you were to run for office, under what conditions would you consider it?
I won't even run. So I won't consider it.
Okay. If you could deliver one message, one powerful message to young Nigerians watching this program in 30 seconds, what would it be?
The country belongs to you. We have just seen the Nepalese. They took back their country. No announcement, no jamboree. Nigerians are waiting for somebody to give them mobilization money to go to protest venue. They are waiting for, what do you call this jollof? Party jollof. They are waiting for pure water and bottled water, cold water, snacks. No real youth that wants to change his nation will be waiting for this kind of thing. There were more young Nigerians at the jollof cooking in Lagos than there were during the end bad governance
protest.
So you can see this is the reason why the country is bad. So young Nigerians will take back their country. The people destroying this country are up to 20,000. How many governors do we have in Nigeria? 36. How many ministers do we have in the country?
State Assembly.
I said that the people destroying Nigeria are not up to 20,000. The people that have brought Nigeria to his knees economically, socially, politically, they are up to 20,000. But this is a country of over 250 million people. And we cannot continue to be at the mercy of less than 20,000 people.
Yes, so now to the final part. It's called rapid fire. So it's a simple answer, yes or no, or which one you choose. Democracy or stability?
Democracy any day.
Protest or petition?
Protest any day.
Social media or street march?
Street march any day.
Amnesty for activists who break the law, yes or no?
No.
Run for office, yes, no, maybe?
Never.
Why? Okay, most urgent reform, judiciary, police, legislature, one word.
Judiciary.
Biggest personal risk: jail, defamation suit, physical. One.
Jail.
Okay. One book every activist should read.
I have so many.
Just one.
Just one. I think Selma.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In 2 words, your final parting word.
Take back your country.
Thank you so much. And that's it on Spotlight On with S24 Television. Many thanks for joining. See you again. We'll be bringing back Mr. Deji anytime soon. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to Spotlight On, right here on S24 Television, where we sit with extraordinary personalities shaping politics, culture, business, the economy and the future of the global village. Today, we sit with a leader navigating one of Nigeria's most complex frontiers: security, economy, resilience and hope. His journey spans SME development, national political engineering and grassroots community upliftment. Our spotlight falls in the gap of Katsina State, Dr. Diko Umaredda. Welcome to Spotlight On, sir.
Thank you very much.
Governor, you were a private sector problem solver before public office. When you sit alone with your thoughts, away from the political glare, what personal vision of Katsina's future keeps you awake at night, as is with all of the developmental strides you've been doing for the past 2 years?
Yeah, thank you very much for this very wonderful question. And you know, there are so many numerous issues that keeps you awake. But most fundamentally is we need to have, apart from the key problem disturbing the state, which is the insecurity and development, which are all key sectors to manage. But sometimes what keeps me awake at night is the change of our people. Because most of the things any leader does in this country, there is always a negativity on it. People don't see leaders as worthy, and especially the political leaders, because of the long-term assessment and experience of the electorate. It makes it difficult for people to believe them. So this is one of the most difficult moments, because whatever policy you intend to implement, whatever things you want to do, people always see it in another way. They don't see the possibility and they don't believe. So this is the kind of narrative I want to change as a governor of Katsina State, because that is why I'm always awake to make sure that whatever I promise people, I deliver as much as I can. And in situation where I cannot, I will explain to public what are the reasons why I could not be able to meet
deliver
all those activities. So these are the kind of issues that really bother me most of the time.
You've really mentioned a pressing issue that is a broad spectrum for national development. And because Northern Nigeria is at a crossroad, say for instance, when it comes to attitude, we need a paradigm shift. And it's a big work. What are the specific things you're doing for the attitudinal change of the people of Katsina?
First of all is that making sure that whatever we promise to deliver, we deliver. So that at least will make the leaders are not always the same. Some of the leaders keep to their words. And then trying to explain reasons why things cannot happen. And also opening your doors and mingle with people, interact with them, give them every opportunity and chance to hear their view. And that will help you to gauge their thinking, how they narrate. In fact, now we have started to change those things because people now begin to believe when I speak, they tend to believe that yes, he's going to do it, because we have said and it has been delivered. And these are the kind of things that we need to leave behind for our children upcoming. Because a country like Nigeria, which has a lot of mistrust, if you have a southern president, the people of the north tend to
Mistrust the president.
person. And then if you are from the north, the people in the south tend to
Mistrust
the
the president.
And then if you are a Muslim, the Christians will tend to mistrust the Muslim, thinking that it's going to do something for the benefit of Muslim community alone. And the same thing with any president
Vice
is a
versa.
Christian. So that kind of thing. And you know, it all narrow on selfishness. Because when the elite want to take advantage of the political people, the electorate, they tend to bring about those dichotomies so that they can take advantage on getting votes from those fights. But, you know, Nigeria, we need to mature enough. Live as a country for over 60 years. And then, we have seen, we had a president who was a Christian, who was a Muslim, who was from the north, who was from the south. And then all those things that we keep on saying, it never happens. So I think it is now time for us to look at leaders who have the vision of the country at heart, who have the love of the people at heart, who are sincere enough and dedicated, so that we can push it forward. Because the issue of who becomes the president, whether it's a Christian or Muslim, South or North, we should keep it aside. Try to focus our attention on reformists, people that can make reforms, people that can make a difference to the life of the citizens. That is all what we need. But, you know, this thing that has been with us for a very long time, since before independence, we need to work up. And then it is what we do on ground as leaders, the present day leaders, that can change the narratives. And I think slowly we are changing the narratives. But it will take us another long time before we overcome it.
Your Excellency, you've mentioned that one of the reasons you think we would be able to achieve the attitudinal change among our people is to say something and do it. Right. What are a few things you would point to that you've said and you've done and people use that to trust you?
Honestly speaking, you know, before I came on board, last 2 years before my election, I had my blueprint. And when I had my blueprint, it is very clear. I've stated so many things in the blueprint. And after my primary election, then I put up academicians, people of knowledge from different aspects, sectors of life. I formed different committees and I subject my blueprint for their scrutiny so that they can add, minus, subtract, and then so that we can have a buy-in of almost all the stakeholders in the state. And after doing that, we put it up as our blueprint. And first on our list of blueprint is security. And we promise that no, the issue of security, we have to tackle it using the community. And before my first 6 months in office, I put a security outfit in the state, which are localized. They came from those communities affected by the insecurity. We give them all the necessary equipment for them to work. And they have been working, and they have been complementing the effort of the conventional security agencies. We have done batch 1, we have done batch 2, we have done batch 3, and they are all on the field working, and nobody has complained of one equipment that he needed for him to operate that we have not provided. So that is one. That aspect I know we did. So in terms of agriculture, we agree that we need to provide a lot of input to farmers. We need to improve or restructure our extension services. We need to also improve on irrigation. And my coming to office, what I first did was to establish irrigation authority, the Agricultural Irrigation Development Authority, the first of its kind. And then we now funded it. We provided solar pumping machine to the citizens. We provided seeds, fertilizer, insecticides. And then in terms of rainy season agriculture, no state in this country has ever provided fertilizer that we have provided to our farmers. 2024 session and 2025 season, we provided fertilizer, not only providing the fertilizer, but we make sure that the fertilizer reach every polling unit in the state. so that it gets directly to the farmer. And we did that through CDP. We are the only state in this country that developed what we call community development program.
Projects.
And then we now have community level committees that comprises all the stakeholders in all the states. So whatever beneficiaries we are selecting on whatever aspect, we consult those community level committees and they produce, in that committee, everybody is involved. The traditional rulers are involved, the religious leaders are involved, the farmers association are involved, traders association, every aspect, health workers, primary school teachers, health workers, extension services, everybody, youth, women, everybody that you can think in the society are
Relevant
involved.
stakeholders.
And irrespective of their political party.
You
So
benefit.
That, yeah, so that it gets to the people, because the major thing we used to happen in our system is when you roll out a program, most of the people that are supposed to benefit from it are not benefiting because of political interest people put in it. So this is how we do that. And then you could remember early this year, President has launched our agricultural mechanization centers in which we bought over 400 tractors. We bought combine harvesters, we bought planters, we bought all this equipment. And then we established agricultural mechanization centers in all the 34 LGAs in the state. And they are operating. So with that, you will be able to improve productivity. When you have extension services, it will improve the farming system. When you have good seeds, it improves the productivity and increase yield. So these are the things that you have to do in that aspect of that. Then we have to keep our youth engaged 24 hours. That means 12 months in a year, irrespective of whether it is raining or dry season. So those redundancies will really reduce criminality. It will reduce even the insurgency and banditry, because most of it is responsible because of poverty,
And
lack
lack
of
of
things to do,
employment.
and lack of employment. And then we now focus our attention on MSME. We established CASEDA. This CASEDA is an agency that is responsible for development of MSME.
In Katsina State,
Katsina
just like
State.
the
Just
Smedan in
the
Nigeria.
Smedan in Nigeria. And then, as I speak to you today, over 30,000 businesses have
Sprout up.
benefited. And then we have the highest funds available for MSME in the state.
Where are the funds coming from,
The
apart from the
funds are
federal
coming from
allocation
us.
accounts?
They are coming from us. And then we are collaborating with some agencies and we are collaborating with some banks. But purely the money comes from us.
No borrowings.
Understand, no borrowing. So these are areas that we promise people: MSME development, agricultural development, security, education. As I speak to you today, we have employed over 8,000 teachers now in Katsina State, both secondary and junior
New
secondary.
teachers.
New teachers. We have improved their training, as we have provided about 20,000 laptops to our teachers in the school. We have trained over 30,000 teachers in the state on digital literacy and other aspects of trainings that has to do with the curriculum development and what have you. So we have done a lot in that. In terms of infrastructure, we have built 75 new schools. We are building about 77 new schools now. We have renovated over 1,000 different schools in the state. And then we have provided furniture for the students, which we have covered almost 60% of the deficit in the furniture provision in the state, and we are doing more. We're expecting at the end of the tenure that we will be able to renovate most of the structures in the state, apart from the new ones that we are doing. And then, we promise people that we are going to establish 3 model schools for the children of the poor. And out of that, very soon before the end of the year, we are going to open the first of those 3 model schools. And they are mainly going to be admission on merit. We have already done all the process, and the admission letters have already gone to the students. We have recruited the teachers. We have done everything. What we are just about to do is launching it. And that will be, in that school, it will be going to be a smart school. It will provide all the technology, all the laboratories, all the it will be 24 hours internet service, it will be 24 hours
That's a lot.
electricity. So we are going to make it a world-class secondary school that will compete with any secondary school in this country.
What about
the main
sustainability?
reason we have created a sustainability system through employment of consulting management firm to control the admission, to control the running of the school. And the school is going to be purely, and we interview children of the poor from the grassroots who are the most intelligent and the most brilliant in those places. The main reason for me to do those schools is to allow the opportunity to people who don't have. We, the elite, we can take our children to the public schools, to the private schools, and pay a huge amount of money. So that is the opportunity I want to give to the children of the poor, so that they can have opportunity to compete with our children in whatever aspect, whether the country and the state will benefit from them. Apart from that, we have sent about 68 students in China studying artificial intelligence and biotechnology, and all of them were there on merit, and we have paid for their stay in China for 4 years, including their accommodation, tuition fee, including a return ticket after their studies. And the same thing we did to students that are reading
medicine,
MBBS in Egypt. They are about 41 at the moment, and we have paid for their 5 years stay in Egypt. So these are the things that we are doing to improve the system, and then thinking ahead, then also providing the most needed opportunity to the masses. And that is education. When it comes to the health sector, which we have also promised to have one functional primary health care in all the 361 wards of the state. When I say functional, it will operate for 24 hours. It will have solar energy electrification. It will have KK ambulance. It will have all the necessary equipments needed to test, and then it will be able to delivery kit and everything. And then if there are complicated cases, they can be moved to secondary facilities. In our 2.5 years in office now, we have done 261. What we have left is about 100, which we are hoping in 2026 will complete.
And all of the 261 are functional?
Are functional, yes. Then we have upgraded comprehensive primary health center to a general hospital, about 7 of them. About 3 of them were completed, 4 are ongoing. We have constructed a dialysis center, one of the biggest public dialysis center in this country. It's now operational in the state. We are now building imaging center, which will have to do with cardiology, cancer treatment, laboratory, and every other radiology related services that you may think about. And in that investment alone, we have invested over 30 billion.
30
so
billion
far.
naira.
And we are expecting to open that imaging center by next year, early part of next year, inshallah, so that we have finished that of Kohom Marusa. We are now the one from Kofa Sauri, the one from Kofa Sauri to Kofa Pada to Ndaiki is also on the production about 60% complete. We are now over that. We are hoping to complete them before the end of the regime. We are doing our renewal in Funtua. We are doing our renewal in Daura. And then we are doing other roads that links other places apart from the rural roads that we are building in the states. So most of the things that most of the things that we have promised people,
you've delivered.